Welcome to Poker Fraud Alert Radio. I am your host, Todd Dan Druff Watellis. This is being brought to you live and recorded live on December 10th, 2024. The time right now, 1:46 a.m. Yes, this is a middle-of-the-night, overnight show, and I realized that we were supposed to be on over 24 hours ago, and I just wasn't able to do it, and I was not able to get to a device to announce this. Just one of those things where something came up and I was unable to be there to announce it. So that's what ended up happening, and that's why the show did just not appear, and there was no announcement that the show didn't appear. So we've had a lot of scheduling changes this month, to say the least, and I will explain everything, including why there is no Robert Gray Memorial Freeroll on December 7th. But don't worry, because you still have time to get into it, because it hasn't taken place yet, but it's going to take place. If you want to call the show, the phone number is 775-FRAUD-55, 775-372-8355 is the number. You can also call the Mount Charleston line. Now, if you want to see a picture of the Mount Charleston line, or if you want to see a picture of the cabin where it resides in Mount Charleston, it's very simple. Just go to the Poker Fraud Alert Twitter, or X if you want to call it that, x.com/pokerfraudalert, and you can see two pictures up there, one of the phone and one of the cabin. It actually has PFA on the mailbox. I've never posted a picture of the cabin before. It has been posted now if you want to take a look. But the Mount Charleston line is a separate line. It's an old 70s rotary phone which forwards to wherever I go. And that phone number is 702-430-1808, in addition to our 775-372-8355 number, which is our main number. And if you want to text the show, you can text it at the main number, 775-372-8355. The show also has a call to listen line, which cannot be used to call into the show, but it can be used to listen to the show. You just call up from any phone in the world and listen. It does not require a smartphone. It doesn't require an app. It doesn't require a computer or the internet or a data plan or a good signal. No. All you need is any phone in the world that can dial the United States, and it will work. Doesn't matter how old the phone. In fact, the old 70s rotary phone at Mount Charleston would work to listen to the show that way. You just call 518-931-1189. 518-931-1189 is the call to listen line. It is free if you can call the U.S. for free, unless you have T-Mobile, in which case it'll charge you 1 cent per minute, which I don't get. You can find the show in podcast format, which is how most of you will listen, especially on a night like tonight, where we start the show at almost 2 in the morning Pacific time, which is good for just about nobody. So in podcast format, you can find it on iTunes, TuneIn, iHeartMedia, Spotify, Audible, Odyssey, Amazon Alexa. Just say, Alexa, play Poker Fraud Alert Radio podcast, CastBox, and, most importantly, YouTube. Yes, we are on YouTube, and we have been for over a year. And if you listen on YouTube, then we make a little bit of money from it, just a little bit. But it's better than nothing. So if you want to help the show a little bit, you can listen on YouTube. If you don't enjoy listening on YouTube, no problem. Just listen to the show whichever way you want. That's why I provide it in so many different places. YouTube.com/@PokerFraudAlert is the URL to find it on YouTube. Or you can just type in Poker Fraud Alert on the search bar. You can also download an MP3 file of the show. And you can just find that in the Poker Fraud Alert Radio Archives forum. And you can play or download the MP3 format of the file, which does not require any external player in order to listen. We have a chat room. You can sit there and type something to me. I will look at it occasionally. Or if anybody is foolhardy enough to be in the chat room at this time. Right now we have Blissy6969 in there, who's in Australia, I believe. So to him, it's not that late right now. That's why he's there. I believe where he is, it's about 9 p.m. But if you want to chat with anybody else during the live broadcast, you can go in there. We don't have a free roll this week, but I will tell you about the Robert Gray Memorial Freeroll, which is a very large free roll, almost $1,000 prize pool. And I will tell you about that free roll as our first topic. So I might as well give you the agenda now, and then we'll get going. See? It may be starting late, but at least it's not a very long intro. So first I'll give you the announcement of the Robert Gray Freeroll, which has been moved. Then we're going to talk about the ClubWPTGold tournament that's coming up. Remember, we gave away some seats here, courtesy of Seriously Serious. So we are going to have some Poker Fraud Alert members in the Club WPT Gold event. But in addition to them, member number 1 of Poker Fraud Alert will also be there, me. And I know you guys are probably asking, wait a minute, I thought you said you're not going to enter your own contest. And my response is, I didn't. So how did I get there? Well, I will tell you when we do the segment, but I will be in that tournament, and I'm looking forward to meeting with the Poker Fraud Alert winners who will be there as well. Then we will also talk about the Club WPT Gold event itself and how there's some controversy because there's some people on Twitter, some pros on Twitter, who seem to believe that they are entitled to seats. They think they're owed free seats. I will explain to you why they think that and why they kind of resent this tournament, even though the truth is people are pretty excited about it. This is a pretty big piece of news on poker Twitter for the last few weeks, and everybody's clamoring to get one of these things. So I'll explain a bit more when we get to that segment. Then we have the Vanessa Kade versus Ryan Depaulo controversy, which you may have heard of, maybe you haven't, but that occurred. Vanessa Kade always seems to be getting in drama, and she has again, and not even starting up with Ryan. She actually started up with Ben CB789, who didn't respond to her. At least I don't think he did. But then Ryan Depaulo jumped in and talked about his experience with Vanessa behind the scenes when they were both ACR pros. And by the way, they both got fired from ACR for different reasons. So I'll tell you all about that controversy, and I'll give you my opinion as to who is right, who is wrong, etc., etc. Remember WSOP bracelet winner Cory Zeidman, who was arrested for what was alleged to be a $25 million scam involving fake insider sports info? Well, he has pled guilty. I will tell you a bit more about that and remind you of that case. The WSOP has changed a rule regarding assistance from the rail, and that is, of course, after the little scandal surrounding the main event winner Jonathan Tamayo in 2024, who had his friends on the rail running a solver, and then he'd run over and they'd tell him how he should have played a hand or other info that they're gleaning from the solver. They weren't interrupting hands, like they weren't giving him info as the hands were playing out, but when the hands were over, he'd run over there and talk to them, and people were pretty outraged to see that. So there's now a new rule preventing that. I'll tell you about that when we get to that segment. Ethan Yao, also known as Rampage, he's fallen for another stupid scam. I just forgot to cover this. It's a month-old story, but this is the guy who got scammed by a scammer who really wasn't that convincing, but got $450K out of him, named Dustin Obb. We talked about that on this show. Well, he's actually been scammed for more now in a second scam unrelated to Dustin Obb. So I guess if you're a scammer, you know who to target now. I'll tell you about the latest scam that has victimized Ethan Yao. Speaking of scams, and speaking of no good deed goes unpunished, I attempted to help a scam victim. In fact, this scam victim was scammed by the son, the only child, of a fairly famous 1970s singer. Someone you probably would have heard of. So I tried to help this person, and they were very, very grateful at first, and very gracious about it, and they were very cooperative in the whole thing. And, you know, of course they should be, because I'm trying to help them, and I'm not getting anything out of it. I wasn't asking for anything. Wasn't going to accept anything if they did get their money back. But I ended up getting blocked and ghosted by this person. And that's where it stands today, and that's where it's always going to stand. So what happened here? Why would someone I'm trying to help do this to me? I will tell you about what happened to me when I tried to help and how I got a big swift kick in the ass for it. A Poker Fraud Alert radio listener claims that the Fontainebleau charged him over $2,000 after he left the property for a room that was supposedly comped. So he checked out, only paid $18 for some stuff he used in the minibar, and then the next day, the host he was working with charged, without his permission, over $2,000 for what that host claimed the cost of the room was that he was comped. So basically, they retroactively took away a comp and charged him the retail value of the room. Is this legal? And what can he do about it? So I will tell you about that And the matter's not done yet, by the way. It's still ongoing. I'm trying to help the guy. A man was shot dead at the South Point in Las Vegas. He was shot by police after a tense standoff. I'll tell you about that. So that is our agenda. And we are going to start with an announcement. The announcement is about the Robert Gray Memorial Freeroll. Now, I know it's supposed to have already taken place. It's supposed to have happened on December 7th. Right now it's December 10th. So who's the big winner of it? The big winner of it is nobody, because it didn't take place. It didn't happen. What ended up occurring was I was unable to make it on December 7th after scheduling that. And I feel bad about that because a lot of money was donated, mostly from one person. But people donated who were friends with Robert Gray back when he was alive. And I feel bad about having to delay the free roll. They were the first ones I told about it. But basically, I had a family thing I had to do. And it was going to take place on December 7th of all days, and there was no way I would be back in time to do the show and free roll. So I had to say, okay, well, we're going to delay it another 2 weeks, so this way everybody has time to realize that the free roll was delayed. So I didn't want to delay it one day, or that would really throw people off. I want to give people time to realize what has happened and to have plenty of advance notice of when it actually is. So the new date of the Robert Gray Memorial Freeroll is December 21st, and it's going to be at 7:30 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. You can already go register for it on the No Fraud Online Poker Room. Even though it's still 11 days away, you can still go over there and do that. You need a validated account on the No Fraud Online Poker Room. Now, if you have made an account there and it's not validated, which you'll know if you try to register, it won't let you. So if you are not validated, then you can text me 775-372-8355, and I will validate you provided that you meet the criteria. And I explained the criteria on the last show. So if you want to know the criteria, go back to the part 1 of the November 24th episode and go listen to that. And then you will know whether you qualify or not. And if there's any questions, you can always text me and ask me if you qualify. But provided you qualify, I will validate your account. So don't come to me on the day of the free roll and say, oh, I can't get in. Go register now. Because once you're registered, you're in. We're not going to reset it or anything. So once you register, you're in. And you just have to show up on December 21st and play. But you do have to meet the criteria. Just because you can actually register doesn't mean that you automatically qualify. You still have to meet one of the requirements to get paid. The requirements are very lax. They're basically just along the lines of you've got to be someone who has had an interest in Poker Fraud Alert over the years here. So you have to be someone who's made some quality posts on the forum, or someone who's listened to the radio show and can answer some questions about it, or somebody who's texted me in the past about the show, or really anything about that kind of indicates you've been around, you've been reading the forum, you've been listening to the show. Anything that kind of shows me that you're not just coming from the outside to win the free money. Or you have to know Robert Gray personally in the past when he was around. So one of those things. You can hear the full criteria if you go to the November 24th show, part 1. It's near the beginning. It's going to be a great free roll. I haven't gotten the exact prize pool info yet because it'll depend on how much it is. We're still getting a few donations in, but it'll be at least $900 prize pool, and there's not going to be a ton of entrants because I'm not announcing this on Twitter because I don't want people to come in who either are completely from the outside or people that just left Poker Fraud Alert a long time ago and just come back in for this. So I want people to find it on their own if they're reading the forum or listening to the show. So anyway, December 21st, 7:30 p.m. is the new date and time. And that is going to be the date unless something extraordinary happens. So I'm not going to move it again. And this will be the last show I do before the free roll. The free roll will be accompanied by its own show, but I'm saying we're not going to have another show in between. So this is it. This is the announcement. And, of course, the reason we're having this free roll is it's to honor Robert Gray, also known as A-Game Rob, who passed away from COVID in 2020. He was a Vegas local. He was liked by a lot of people, and he has some good friends who listen to this show who honor him every year with his free roll and are very generous. So that's what we've been holding each year, and this is the 2024 version, and that's why we're having it, and it's a very nice thing to have yearly so people who listen to this show can win some money. Speaking of free rolls and winning money, I told you in October, or maybe in September, I don't remember, but sometime around this, September, October, I told you about the ClubWPTGold free roll that is going to be taking place. Now, this is not a Poker Fraud Alert thing. This is something that is being run by the WPT. It's part of the WPT Win series. But this is kind of separate from it because this is not an event you can buy into. But it does have a $5 million prize pool. And we were fortunate enough on Poker Fraud Alert that despite not being selected as influencers to give away these seats, because it's a free roll, you have to either win your way in or be invited in, we were given some seats to give away indirectly through Seriously Serious, who is a longtime member of our site. So he was someone who had some seats to give away, and he chose to give some of them away via Poker Fraud Alert. And I mentioned that back when we had this little contest. So the drawing started taking place on October 1st, so I guess we did announce it in September. I was forgetting exactly when it was. And basically, this is something where there's going to be 2,000 entrants. Again, you can't buy in. All 2,000 people are playing for free. And there's a $5 million prize pool. And it's not just a regular tournament. There's bounties. I think there's even a Lamborghini being given away. And most of the people in the tournament are going to be recreational players because most of the people are winning various kinds of contests to get in and are not pro players. So the typical pro player on the tournament circuit could not just go buy in and crush all the recreationals. So if you do get a seat here, obviously that's pretty big value because it's $2,500 value on its own because there's 2,000 entrants and it's a $5 million prize pool. So if you do the math, it's $2,500 each. But it's way easier than the typical $2,500 tournament, which is quite tough because the competition is nowhere near as tough as what you would see in a regular $2,500 event. We gave away some of these through Poker Fraud Alert, and I look forward to meeting those who won through Poker Fraud Alert. So if you did win one of these seats and you see me there, feel free to come up to me and say hello. I'd like to meet you. I know one guy who won. Actually, I know two people personally. One I've met before, one I have not met before. There's a forum guy who I haven't met before, but he won, and he's been public about winning. And the other guy messaged me, and that's someone I've met at the World Series before, a listener to this show, so I look forward to seeing both of them. But there's more than just those two people. So if you're one of the people who won one of these, please, you can text me, and I'll be happy to meet you. I'll be happy to come to you when you tell me your table and seat number, because I'd like to meet all of you. But I'm going to be in this. And I told you before that I was not going to be part of this contest, even though I could have. I could have entered the same way everybody else did. But I did not. I promised everybody that I was not going to enter this contest because I did not want to compete with the listeners to this show and the members of the forum. I wanted them to have the shot to win it, not me. Also, there was not a seat that was given to me as compensation or anything. So I was not given this by Club WPT. So I won my way in too, just through a different contest. So I didn't do anything with the PFA contest. I entered a different contest because I figured, hey, I might as well try to win my way in too. I'm not going to compete with you guys, but I'll compete with other people to win my way in. So I did, and I'm in. This is the first time I've ever had something like this in my life. I've never had a very big free roll that I played. So this is going to be exciting for me to actually play something for substantial money that has a $2,500 value that is free. I've never had anything like this. So it's exciting for me too. I said when I first promoted this thing that I wished I could do it too, and now I am. So that's great. So anyway, I will be there. This tournament takes place on December 13th, and it'll conclude on December 15th. I will give you guys updates. I'll probably put chip updates on the Druff Poker account on X, Twitter, whatever you want to call it. But I'm definitely going to be there playing, and hopefully it will go well. But you guys know how these things work. This is not the WSOP main event, so the structure is going to be kind of fast. So it requires some luck. So if I don't make it, then that's the way it's going to be. But they're actually paying a pretty healthy portion of the field. I think like 25% of the people are getting paid. So it's a flatter payout structure because I think they want more people to walk away happy. And you may wonder, why are they doing this? Why is there a $5 million invitational free roll for ClubWPTGold? Well, it's promotional. They're starting this new site. I believe it's like a global poker type sweepstakes gambling site, which is technically legal. So they're trying to get some publicity to it, and this is the way they're doing it. And I think it's a very nice thing for the community, not just because I won a seat. I mean, it's even nicer for the community because I won a seat. But even if I didn't win a seat, and even if Poker Fraud Alert did not give away some seats, I would still think it's a nice thing for the community because it's free. It's something being given to the community for free. Now, yes, it's to promote something, but I don't care the reason. It's something being given away to the community for free, and most of the people in it, most of the 2,000 entrants, are recreational players. So it's nice that they're going to have a chance to play something like this without having to put up that type of money. So I'm looking forward to this. I am not in Vegas at the moment, but I will be there rather shortly, and I look forward to this tournament. Along the same lines, I want to talk about just the tournament itself and the controversy that we've seen a little bit of on Twitter. I wouldn't say this is the prevalent school of thought, but there are some people who feel this way. And I want to talk about it because there's some people who believe that they are owed a free seat through this ClubWPTGold free roll. They really believe that. I'll tell you why they believe that. It's because the way they see it, they are paying a lot of rake over time through the WPT. When they play WPT events, they're of course paying rake every single time that they enter an event. So they feel, hey, we're the ones who are doing the heavy lifting here. We're the ones that are keeping WPT in business. We are the grinders. We are the ones who are always showing up for these events. Why are you handing out these valuable seats to a bunch of randoms? Why are you basically giving it to almost 2,000 randoms and very few pros are getting seats to this? Why is that? So some of them feel that they just automatically deserve a seat just on the basis of the fact that they play a lot of these events. Others feel it should have at least been split, that maybe give it to a lot of randoms, but also provide it to those as a thank you for playing a lot of the WT events and paying all that rake. A lot of people have been clamoring to get one of these seats in some way or another. So you basically got only one shot to win a seat if you did it through an influencer, because there were a lot of influencer seats that were being given away, where certain influencers, including Seriously Serious, were given seats to hand out to the public via some kind of contest that they would run. Now, you may say, hey, this kind of sounds familiar. Didn't we have something like this before? Yeah, well, we didn't at Poker Fraud Alert, but in 2022, there was an even bigger free roll of 10K, and those seats were being given away. Now, this wasn't free rolls. It was just to get seats to a main event at the WPT. And also it was taking place in December. So it was free seats being given away, but it wasn't to a free roll. This is the first free roll of its type, so it's different, but it's similar. Anyway, again, influencers were tasked with giving these away. Again, they had to hold some kind of contest, and again, they couldn't just hand it off to their friends. They had to have some kind of contest. And there were some controversies. People thought these were being rigged, but the worst rigging of all of them took place with this woman named Nemo, who was a chess influencer, but also played some poker, and she was dating this other player named Thalo, and basically she held a contest through her YouTube channel, and the whole thing was super rigged for Thalo to win. And then when he won it, it was figured out the whole thing was rigged because they didn't do it very well, and there's kind of a big controversy about that. In fact, I was one of the people driving the controversy, and they did redraw and gave it away to somebody else, but that was after only a lot of shame that was given to Nemo about this. So if you remember all that, that was also something that was being given away by WPT for free. Just it was free seats to an event that people could otherwise buy into. It was a 10K event. So the seats were more valuable, but it wasn't a free roll, and there weren't as many seats overall being given away. So again, they are giving away these seats through these contests that influencers are selected to hand out. And as I said, we weren't selected to do this directly, but Seriously Serious did some of them through Poker Fraud Alert, where some were exclusively for our site, and I appreciated that very much. So anyway, if you signed up to the WPT site, the Club WPT site, through an influencer, you're basically in their contest. So that's what I did, and I won that influencers contest, so that's how I got in. And that's what you guys did who signed up through the link on Poker Fraud Alert. You were basically signing up through Seriously Serious's link, and then you were automatically entered in his contest to win a seat, and that's how some of you won. In fact, those of you that won that way, unless you entered a completely different person's contest. So you can only do this once, because you sign up for the site, ClubWPTGold, and you do it through an influencer's link. And once you're signed up, you can't do it again. So those that did not win that way, and that usually this was either through a random drawing or some kind of contest where you produce something, like a video, or you write something and they select it, and that's where some of the allegations of rigging came in. But you're always going to have that. So once you've not won it that way, then you also had a chance to go on Club WPT Gold and win just free roll satellites into it, which again were free to enter, but you had to actually win your way in. And some people have done that as well. But there's pros who have still failed to win a seat that way. Either they didn't play these satellite tournaments, or they did and didn't win. And they just are saying, hey, why not put some of us in? You're giving back to the community, and that's nice, but why not put some of us in to where you're giving back to those that are actually playing these events, not just randoms who you're never going to see in a WPT tournament ever. And I understand their point, but here's the problem with that. This is not charity. This is not a customer appreciation gesture. This is something that is being done to promote a service that they're starting called Club WPT Gold. That's what they're doing. They're not just giving away $5 million to be nice or because they want to make people's dreams come true. They're doing this as a business decision to promote this new site they started. Now, it's very nice for poker, as I said. I'm glad to see this done. And I think they're actually getting their $5 million worth, because there has been nonstop discussion of this on Twitter. Just nonstop discussion of everyone discussing how they want to win a seat. And this has gotten a ton of publicity. I think far more publicity than they would have gotten if they just spent this $5 million on traditional advertising. And I think that's what they were going for. They're very happy to have all this discussion, and it was bound to break out because there's 2,000 seats being given away. So a lot of people are getting seats. So you read poker Twitter, it seems like everyone's got a seat but you. And then people think, okay, well, I got to try to win one of these things. So basically, when a company is choosing to give away something free like this, you have to play by their rules. And you can't really tell them how they should spend their money, especially their marketing money. So they are choosing to market this way, and you can either participate in it and try to win one, or you can ignore it. But you can't really complain that you're not getting something for free, because you don't deserve anything from them. You don't deserve free things because you play their tournaments. I'm sure you'd like to have it, but you don't deserve it. This is marketing money, and this is the marketing promotion that they are using for their site. That's all it is. So nobody deserves anything for free. Teddy KGB, and of course not the real Teddy KGB from Rounders, He tweeted on December 3rd, WPT dropped the ball with their fan base in effort to get new players. The free roll should be at the end of the festival, and for every entry into a festival tournament gives one entry to a free roll drawing. You're just alienating actual players. And Nick Palma, he retweeted that because he's been a big complainer about this matter. He does not like the fact that he plays a lot of tournaments, which he does. He goes all around the country and plays tons of tournaments, even leaves the country and plays tournaments. So this guy plays a shitload of tournaments, and he doesn't have one of the seats, and he's mad. So while I can understand why Nicky feels this way, again, he's not entitled to this, nor is Teddy KGB or anybody else, nor was I. I mean, if you get one, you get one. If you don't, you don't. Person named Tim F. wrote, "It's a little ironic. It's our money that we paid in fees that's paying out the $5 million. Nope, you're wrong. It's not. These are marketing funds. It's not your rake. This is not a free giveaway that was coming from rake. This is something that is about a new service that they are starting, trying to get people over there. That's not really true. Now you could say, well, they wouldn't have the money to spend in the first place if it wasn't for rake. Yeah, but they've existed for more than 20 years, so you could say it's your money. You could also say it's the money of people who entered tournaments in 2003. Matt Salzberg, who is a frequent poker player, also was a Hollywood writer for a while. I think he's retired from that. I don't know if he's still writing. But anyway, he made kind of a funny post. His version of a contest, and I have to imagine this isn't real. I'm not 100% sure this isn't real, but I'm pretty sure this isn't real. He wrote, giving away 3 Club WPT Gold golden passports to the $5 million WPT free roll at Win to 3 biological females. To qualify, must send me a topless video of yourself explaining why you deserve a seat. More explicit videos up your chances. Good luck. Knowing Matt Salzberg, and he always screws around on Twitter, I think there's about 100% chance it's a joke. He also claimed after that he only got one response to this. He said, so far only Veronica Brill has submitted a topless picture for this. The funny thing is I could actually believe that. I also like how he specified biological females. I don't know if that might get him canceled these days, especially in Hollywood. I hope he's retired because that's kind of a risky thing to write, that you're only going to give it to biological females. You're not going to give it to trans females who have gotten surgery and have had a boob job, so now they have fake boobs and they identify as female. That's not good enough to win Matt Salzberg's 3 seats he's given away. Someone responded to him, a woman named Ivy, "What the fuck is wrong with you?" And he wrote back, "Thank you for your submission." That's pretty funny. Carlos Figgy, who is a listener to this show, tweeted, "It's nice WPT is giving away 2,500 seats, actually 2,000 seats, but who's counting? In the end, we all know players are going to get raked to cover that, but what's bad is these ambassadors are letting in their friends and acquaintances of the free roll. Some random poker players won, but there was riggage." Yeah, the same thing was said 2 years ago. Though, again, it's not the rake that's covering that. It's a completely different product. And like every one of these critical of WPT tweets is being retweeted by Nicky P. He's real pissed off about this. He's not happy. But bottom line is there are no free lunches in poker. You are owed nothing. Nothing. All you're owed is a fair game. So you show up, you pay whatever it costs to enter, you play, as long as you don't get cheated, that's it. That's all they have to do. Any free rolls, any promotions, you do not have any entitlement to that. No matter how important you think you are, or no matter how many tournaments you play, or no matter what you think you do for the community, you just don't. Of course, it's always nice to get free things, and it can be frustrating when people get them that you don't think deserve them as much as you. But when it's other people's money, you really can't make any demands. And that's what I always say about the free roll on Poker Fraud Alert, because I appreciate every donation we get from people for these free rolls. And I do not want to take that for granted. And also, if the people donating want to specify certain terms, I always let them, because it's their money. I don't want to tell them how to spend their money. I'm happy that they're letting their money get spent through this site. as part of a promotion that I'm not funding. So again, if Club WPT is funding this free roll, which they are, then they choose who plays in it. That's the way it goes. And if you don't like that, you can hold your own free roll. And you can select the people whatever way you like. I've never been a believer that I'm entitled to anyone else's money. Blubbernuffle is in the chat, and he's typing pretty vigorously. Now, I've told people before I don't actively read the chat. I take a look every so often. And by the way, Blubbernuffle, you're not missing any free roll now because there's not one. But I am reading it right now. And he said, LOL influencers, who are these people? Well, influencers meaning anyone in poker that they felt gets a lot of eyeballs on their accounts. I don't mean these are like top tier social media influencers, because most of them aren't. Most of them would be very small in that realm. But in poker, it's a niche environment, and they basically handed it off to people that they felt would get a lot of engagement. Then he said, anyone else here, is this thing on? Check, 1, 2, 3. Well, there's Blissy6969, but I guess he's kind of away from the keyboard. And then Blubbernuffle's asking why he's alone when there were a bunch of people who were on the site before the show. Well, that's because it's 2 in the morning Pacific time. That's why. Actually, 2:30. He also rolled a dice in the chat room, which is like the only thing you can do there besides chat. You can roll a dice. So he rolled a dice and got a 5. So congratulations. Oh, Blissy's here too. Okay, we got 2 people. Let's see, you two can talk together. See, you're not alone. I don't feel bad for you anymore. You got company. You can sit on each other's lap or something. Moving on, let's talk about the Vanessa Kade, Ryan Depaulo controversy. And I knew it wouldn't be that long until we had another Vanessa Kade controversy, because she's always in controversy. And she creates the controversy. Vanessa Kade looks for controversy. Controversy doesn't find her, she finds it. But I'll give you a bit more of a backstory here. First of all, both of these people involved, Vanessa Kade and Ryan Depaulo, were once ACR pros and are not ACR pros anymore. Both of them were fired. Well, Vanessa may have quit instead of getting fired, but it looked like they were kind of on the verge of firing her, so she kind of quit before she got fired, from what I can tell. But whatever, maybe she just quit. But whatever it is, they're both former ACR pros. Ryan definitely got fired, so they're battling one another there on Twitter. But let me give you the background on each of them in case you don't know. So for a few years on Twitter, Vanessa Kade was a pleasant, upbeat, positive, sweet girl. At least that's the way she came off on Twitter. That's how I kind of pictured her from reading her tweets. I didn't know her, but I followed her. She followed me. Didn't really talk to her much, but that was my impression of her. I noticed she didn't get much engagement or notice or attention, and she didn't really have any sizable tournament scores yet, so she was just kind of under the radar. She was an under-the-radar blonde girl in her 30s from Canada, and I just kind of thought she was going to stay there. And she was always very positive, though, like very, very positive on Twitter. Never said anything negative, never criticized anything, never fought with anyone. In a way, it was kind of refreshing, because it wasn't like totally sickeningly sweet. You know, she was positive, but not like to the point where it was bothersome. So I kind of liked reading her tweets, but as I said, we weren't friends or anything. I didn't really talk to her much. We interacted, here and there with some public tweets. That was it. Anyway, this all changed in late 2020, 4 years ago, when Dan Bilzerian was hired to be a GG Poker Pro. Now, that was a terrible decision on their part, not for the reason Vanessa said, but it was just a terrible decision. The whole thing was a disaster. But she didn't like it because of Dan's history of treating women as objects, which he kind of does. He'll do these photo shoots with these women in bikinis, and like one will be kneeling down with her back up, so she's like a table. He'll have like a plate on her back and eating off the plate. And he'll have these women in all these other poses. He infamously threw a stripper off of a roof into a pool, and then I guess she grabbed onto his shirt, which she shouldn't have, as he was throwing her, so then she missed the pool and got hurt pretty badly and sued him. He was actually in the right on that one, but that was the type of stuff he did. All the hot girls you saw hanging out with him in these pictures and videos, they were hired. These were not girls that just hung out with him for fun or because they liked him. These were models that he would pay. But this segment's not really about Dan Bilzerian. Just she got to be known at first because of Dan Bilzerian. So what happened was she was complaining and saying that GG Poker hired a misogynist who uses women as objects. And he infamously responded, "Shut up, ho. Nobody knows who you are." That was spelled H-O-E. He spelled ho incorrectly, of course. It should have been H-O, like it's short for whore. But he said ho, H-O-E. Shut up, ho, like the gardening tool. Nobody knows who you are. Now, that did not come off very well because, number one, he was seen to be punching down. He was a rich and famous male, and she was an unknown female. And also, that statement itself kind of confirmed her misogyny allegation. So the poker community rallied around her. And she handled that part of it pretty well. She didn't take it too seriously, but she responded back to him aggressively. But at the same time, she was kind of poking fun at the whole thing. She even changed her Twitter banner to a picture of a garden hoe. So this elevated her to a revered status for the moment on poker social media. However, that didn't last long, because then she made a series of awkward missteps, including this one really weird thread. And we've talked about both the GG Poker, Dan Bilzerian thing and what I'm about to say. She made a weird thread where she complained that most male poker pros were not fit for dating. And this really struck people as very hypocritical, since she had been complaining just right before that about Dan Bilzerian being a sexist. And here she's kind of being a sexist. She's basically saying, hey, I'd like to date some guy in poker, but all you guys suck. I can't find anyone worthy of me. Like, she didn't say it directly, but that's what she was very strongly implying from her tweets, that just the pickings are slim. Well, the pickings aren't slim because poker is almost all male. So if you're a female in poker, especially if you're a attractive or at least semi-attractive female in poker under 40, you're going to have a line out the door of guys looking to date you. I'm not kidding. You guys probably know that. It couldn't be easier to find dates than if you were a female in poker, especially a young female in poker. So that doesn't mean you have to date every guy who wants to date you, which is going to have so many choices. Of course you can find a good one in there. But she's basically saying with all the guys, all the single guys in poker, that she can't find one who meets her standards, which was insane. I could see guys complaining the other way around, that it's hard to meet women in poker because there's so many more guys. I could see that complaint, but her complaint was, no, I can't find someone worthy of dating in poker, which is basically saying all the males in poker suck. Not suck at the game, but just are lousy for dating and are unappealing. So that really did not go over well, and she was attacked pretty hard for that, and deservedly so. Then, not too long after that, she once again took heat when she complained that GG Poker has cut her affiliate payments that she was getting every month. She was getting about $2,000 per month from GG Poker, unbeknownst to everybody, and that they had the nerve to do this on International Women's Day. And the reason this is so ridiculous was that she was getting money from GG Poker for these months that she was bashing them. She was bashing them all over and over and over again over the Bilzerian thing, because they didn't say, okay, Vanessa, we're going to fire Bilzerian. They didn't do anything about it. So she kept hassling them like almost daily on Twitter to where people started getting sick of it. And it's her right to do. It's her right to bash GG Poker if she wants. But she was getting a check from them every month for affiliate payments because she was once an affiliate, and I guess she had previously signed up players who were still playing actively on there, and she was getting a piece of their rake. So she was so mad that they told her, I think in March of 2021, they told her that they are cutting her affiliate payments, they're not coming anymore, that they've cut her off as an affiliate, that she will no longer get these payments to the people she signed up previously, and that's that. And she was saying this is so unfair, so terrible, especially on International Women's Day of all things. Which is especially stupid. I doubt they knew what day it was. Do you know what day is International Women's Day? Because if you put a gun to my head, I couldn't tell you what day that is. She was very simplistic not to understand what an affiliate is, especially since she was one. And that is, when you are an affiliate of a poker site, you're basically helping them advertise. You are helping promote them. So when you are getting compensated in some way for helping promote them, that means you don't bash them. And if you want to have the freedom to bash them, then guess what? You don't sign up as an affiliate. It's very simple. You want your freedom of speech? You want to say bad things about a company? Then don't be an affiliate for that company. Because if you are an affiliate for that company and you bash them, guess what? Then you're violating their terms, and then they're going to cut you as an affiliate. Oh, no. That's a very simple concept to me. And by the way, guess how many poker sites that Poker Fraud Alert has affiliate deals with?
0.0.
And that's because I want to say what I want to say about these sites without fearing that they're going to pressure me to shut up. So this way, by not having any kind of affiliate deals, I am completely independent and I can give you my true opinion on every poker site and every casino out there. I could make some money by being an affiliate. I could. But I have not. And this site is now almost 13 years old. I haven't done it for that exact reason. So she thought she could get paid as an affiliate and bash them at the same time. She thinks that they're going to pay her to bash them. It was crazy. Very, very naive. So that didn't go over very well. In fact, people were saying, hey, wait a minute. So all this time you've been bashing them, you've been getting money from them, and you're not telling us this? Like how could you even do this? How could you continue to take the money if you're going to bash them? Why didn't you disclose that you were an affiliate and receiving money while you're saying how awful they are? So that really didn't look good. Just as it seemed that she had worn out all of her good PR from this original Dan Bilzerian thing, then something happened right after the whole thing with the GG Poker affiliate mess, and that was she won a big PokerStars event. It was like a $1.5 million top prize, and she even bravely refused to sell action or make deals at the final table. So she didn't have a big bankroll. She'd totally be someone you'd think would make a deal there, but she said, nope, I have enough confidence in my game. I'm going to play. I'm not going to make any deals, not going to sell action. I'm going to play for all the marbles, and she did, and she won. So that really inspired a lot of people to see this. And all of a sudden, they forgot about the stupid tweets about the men in poker being undateable and the GG Poker affiliate payments that were cut on International Women's Day. People kind of forgot about a lot and said, hey, you know what? That's really cool. Vanessa first calls out Dan and says he's a misogynist, and he says, shut up, ho, nobody knows who you are. And then just months later, she wins one of the biggest first prizes in online poker history of any tournament with a huge field. And she wins that, and now people do know who she is, not just from the controversy, but because she won that tough tournament and wouldn't even make any deals with anyone on the way. So they pretty much restored her rep, though some people had some bitter taste in their mouth about her as a result of all that, including me. Like, I didn't hate her. I just thought some of this stuff was weird and off-putting. Now, shortly before the PokerStars win, she was signed as an ACR pro. And at the time, it looked like ACR got a hell of a deal because they probably didn't pay her that much. They signed her after the whole Bilzerian thing. I think this is kind of like a middle finger to GG Poker, who's their competition. So they signed her between the Dan Bilzerian controversy and her big win on PokerStars. So here they sign her where she still didn't have any big wins at the time, and then she gets a big win. So I thought, oh, wow, that's very fortunate for Phil Nagy and ACR. They got her cheap. Well, maybe not so fortunate after all, as you're going to hear shortly. So why isn't she there anymore? Well, she took heat from people when Phil Nagy was facing allegations of lewd comments towards female ambassadors and streamers for ACR. And people are saying, wow, this is incredibly hypocritical, Vanessa, that you go after Dan Bilzerian for being such a misogynist and a harasser of women, and then you are representing a site where the CEO is accused of sexually harassing women. And she was trying to say, oh, you don't understand. I'm staying here because I'm trying to change the culture. If I just leave, it's not going to do any good. I have to stay to try to make Phil a better person and make him understand he can't treat women like this, blah, blah, blah. It was such nonsense. I'm staying on to make the CEO a better person. Like, those were not her words, but that's basically what she was trying to say, is I can only help the culture at ACR if I stay. But in reality, she just didn't want to give up the money and hope this would go away. And then she eventually separated from ACR as her year-long contract was ending. She claimed that she quit because of ACR's treatment of women and that nothing was changing there. But Ryan Depaulo now claims that she got fired. So we're going to get into that. But before we do, let's talk about Ryan Depaulo. Who is he? Well, Ryan Depaulo is a social media personality and streamer. He was best known for winning a WSOP online bracelet while sitting in a Whole Foods parking lot in New Jersey. See, he lived in New York, and to play that WSOP online event, he had to be physically in one of a few states, and the closest one was New Jersey. So he drove over the border between New York and New Jersey and parked at a Whole Foods and played in his car from the Whole Foods parking lot and won the event. So that was kind of an interesting story. We even covered it on the show a little bit. Depaulo is married, he's outspoken, he's politically incorrect, and he is on the political right. For these reasons, some people do not like him. Some find him to be boorish. Some people find him to be obnoxious. A lot of the people who don't like him are on the political left, I will say that. So he has his fans, he has his detractors, and he has those who are kind of in the middle, who kind of see him as obnoxious but also think he's entertaining. He was also banned from the Borgata in 2019 for filming people without permission. And apparently people reported him because they didn't want to be on camera, and he didn't seem to care. In 2019, this is the first I'd heard of him. My comments at the time were, reporting the guy's channel is lame if you're just outraged by the things he says. If you're in one of his videos and you ask yourself to be excluded and you report his channel, that's more appropriate. Regarding Borgata, it just seems like Ryan has no regard for anyone else's wishes or privacy. People go to the casino to get away, gamble, and enjoy themselves. Many don't want their actions filmed by someone whose intention is to place it on YouTube for a large audience. If people want to be left alone and left out of the video, you should respect that. If you don't, then a ban from the casino is the right consequence. So that's what I wrote over 5 years ago. And I still agree with that. I still think that you shouldn't just be able to show up and put people on video who don't want to be on video. Because people are at the casino for different reasons. And they may not want to be seen on video. For example, a guy who promised his wife he's never going to gamble again and then plays at the casino. Now, it's understandable why the wife would be mad if he does that after promising that he's not going to do it anymore, but it's no one's business besides his and his wife. So it's not up to a random streamer to force him into a video and then have someone see him there and tell his wife. Like, that's an example of someone who just should have a right to privacy in the casino. And these streamers shouldn't just force them in the video. So if someone says, hey, don't put me in the video, and they put them in the video anyway in a casino environment, then I can see where that's a problem, especially if the casino has not given permission to that person to just film anyone. He only got banned for a year, so I have to assume he's back at the Borgata at this point. But at the time, I was not one of these people who was going after the Borgata over this. I actually thought they were in the right. Now, there's little question that Ryan has a general I don't give a shit attitude. He easily offends people. He doesn't care. He just says what's on his mind. Vanessa claims that he harassed women, including female players, while he worked at ACR as a pro, and Ryan denies that. But we'll get into the allegations back and forth shortly. So anyway, as you can tell from both of these descriptions, both of them have some controversial backgrounds. Both Vanessa and Ryan have lots of fans and lots of detractors on social media, and both of them are polarizing figures, albeit for different reasons. So let's get into the current controversy. Let's jump forward to the end of November 2024. And this is what happened. Now, before I actually get into what Vanessa tweeted to start this whole shit show, I have to remind you about the controversy that Ben CB789 got into. This is Ben Raleigh. He's a European poker pro. He got into some controversy in June when he claimed in a long post that women are naturally inferior in competitive games like poker. He was saying that the reason that you're seeing men almost exclusively at these final tables, occasionally a woman's there once in a while, but it's usually all men. He's saying the reason that almost all the top players are male is because males are just naturally better at this. And he says that's also the reason that there's just more men in the game, too. That women just really aren't suited for it. There's some outliers who are, but for the most part, women are just not that suited for it, and that's the truth he's claiming. So you can imagine how this came off in today's day and age. Like if he said this 20 years ago, nobody really batted an eye. But in 2024, if you say that, you're going to get a lot of allegations of sexism, misogyny, and things like that. It is my opinion that Ben Raleigh, a.k.a. Ben CB, is on the autistic spectrum. And he's had a habit of tweeting blunt and socially inappropriate things. So I don't think Ben was trying to get everyone's goat. I don't think he was trying to be mean to women. I don't think he was trying to get clicks. I think he was just posting his opinion. And given that I believe he's on the autistic spectrum, I don't think he really stopped to think about, hey, maybe I shouldn't write this because it's not going to go over well in today's day and age. He's like, you know what? I think that women are naturally inferior in games like poker, and I'm going to say it. So he said it. And, you know, there are some people who think this. He's not the only one who thinks this. I don't know what is the truth here. I know that poker just naturally appeals less to women, but that doesn't mean that they wouldn't have the same abilities in poker if it did appeal to them. So I think it's kind of too hard to figure this out because there's just much fewer women that want to play at all. So for us to be able to tell if women are naturally inferior in poker, we need like an equal number of men and women, or there need to be some study where like 1,000 women and 1,000 men who've never played poker before from similar backgrounds are taught the game and then they would play. But that still wouldn't be completely accurate because they all wouldn't have time to get better. So maybe the men would have a lower ceiling, the women would have a lower ceiling. Who knows? There's a lot of complexities to such a study that it'd just be hard to do. But since we just have a very, very big gap in interest, and that's 100%, that men have a much greater interest in poker than women, some will say it's because women aren't treated well when they go play poker, and that's why they don't play, because it's intimidating, because men don't treat them well, and men don't have to worry about that as much. And others just say women just don't really have an interest to play for the most part, except for some outliers that do have an interest. I really have noticed personally, I don't want to get into a whole separate topic, but I have noticed personally that women just have less of an interest in the game. So I think that's the main reason for the big gender disparity in the numbers of people you see playing poker. But anyway, Ben CB in June 24 claimed that women are just naturally inferior in competitive games like poker, and they just can't rise to the top like men can. Like they have a lower ceiling as far as their ability. So that controversy all played out. And, it didn't actually get as much play on Twitter as I expected. It was kind of like briefly a story. But the truth is, people who know or know of Ben Raleigh, Ben CB, they kind of realize that he's like a socially awkward, autistic European guy. So they're like, okay, whatever. Like the autistic Euro says this, like big deal. Who cares? That's kind of the way I saw it. Like, okay, this is just like some autistic Euro just going off about his opinion. And whatever. He can hold that opinion if he wants. So I think people just saw it that way, whether they agreed or disagreed. Anyway, the reason this topic came back up about Ben CB was that Coin Poker, which is some kind of crypto poker site, tweeted the following. Exciting news. Benjamin Ben CB Raleigh, a 100K WCOOP champion, elite online crusher, and renowned poker coach, is Coin Poker's newest ambassador. So Vanessa was none too pleased about this, so she quoted that tweet on November 28th and wrote the following. Disappointing hire. I love this industry so much, but it's so disheartening to see players can be overt sexists, and it carries exactly no consequences whatsoever. But pointing out sexism to try to make a positive change gets you max punished and makes you unhireable. We'll get to that in a second. I often wonder if people were overt racist to the equivalent degree, if they'd still turn a blind eye, or if this is just a special exception we make when it comes to women. Ooh. And then she went on to show a debate she had at the time, back in June, with Ben CB. For those asking context, if you look at his timeline around when this blew up, he just digs in deeper and deeper with a lot of posts, and a number of brilliant women offer to engage with him on podcasts about this, and he refuses. And then she showed her reply to him, blah, blah, blah. It's not really important. That was back in June. But basically, she and Ben CB went back and forth about this in June, so she was unhappy to see he was signed as a coin poker pro. Well, even though we are living in the cancel-happy 2020s, I think there's starting to be some backlash to things like this. And there's also just kind of a backlash to Vanessa, who people are kind of getting sick of. They're just kind of sick of her whole everything sexist victim mentality she's putting out there constantly. It just seems like she's always looking to start some kind of controversy, always looking to complain about something that's very minor and that nobody really wants to argue about. So, like, if she didn't do this, I don't think anyone would have said anything. Or maybe, like, a quick joke or something about him being appointed an ambassador. But she was the only one who really laid out anger regarding this. And a lot of people got angry and annoyed about this whole thing because they felt this was an example of cancel culture. They saw Ben Raleigh as a harmless but intelligent, autistic European guy who wasn't even trying to be controversial necessarily. He was just saying what he thought, and they didn't want to see him canceled as a result. And keep in mind, Ben Raleigh has never been accused of actually harassing any women or even being rude to any women. And in fact, he hardly ever plays live. He's almost exclusively an online player. So this is just some European dude who keeps his head down, plays online a lot, wins money, does some poker coaching, and doesn't even like directly fight with people usually. So it's not like he's known to degrade women, or he's known to harass women, or he's known to make sexual remarks to women. No, like he doesn't do any of that stuff. He's not known to actually harass any individuals. He just expressed an opinion about women back in June that some people didn't like Vanessa. So people felt that this was not a reason that he should be disallowed from representing any sites just because Vanessa didn't agree with his opinion. Carlos Figge, I mentioned earlier, he's a Poker Fraud Alert radio listener. He wrote back to Vanessa, as someone who doesn't give a fuck about endorsements or ambassadorships, saying the poker industry is sexist to women is very disingenuous. Women poker players are the most privileged group. The pro to ambassador/sponsorship ratio is 7 times what it is to males. Your 5% is worth 33% in hires. So basically he's saying, if you're a female poker player, especially a poker pro, you have a much higher chance of getting some kind of sponsorship or ambassadorship than a dude. You know what? He's right. It is a fact that young female poker players are the most privileged group in poker. It's a fact because there's a lot that they can get a lot more easily than males because of their scarcity, because they are marketable. A pretty 25-year-old, 30-year-old, 35-year-old female in poker will be much more marketable than me. Much more. Because I'm very common. I'm a dude in my 50s who's played poker. Like you see me, okay, I look like everybody else you see in the poker room. So I am not marketable based upon my demographic at all. Nothing interesting about my demographic. A white 50s male. Even if I were 25-year-old or 30-year-old and still male, I would not be marketable based upon that. There'd still be like tons of me. Not as many as me because poker's gotten older, but you know what I mean. It's not something that's going to really stand out to people unless I've done something on the felt to be one of the top players. Then I'd be marketable. But not just for being a guy. Even if like a really good-looking guy. I could be like a really good-looking 30-year-old guy. I still would not be marketable unless I won something. Females under 40 in poker are very marketable, especially if they're attractive. And they don't have to win very much or at all to be marketable. They just have to play. So basically what he's saying here is you are in a very privileged group. And in fact, it's true. Vanessa got her ACR sponsorship before she really won anything. She won shortly after that, and that's great. But when she got that sponsorship, she hadn't really won anything. She would have never gotten that sponsorship if she were a dude. If her name was Vance instead of Vanessa, she would not have gotten that ACR sponsorship at that time. In fact, even had she won that event as Vance, she wouldn't have gotten that ACR sponsorship most likely. But definitely not before. He raised a good point there. So she responded, I mean, we could have another discussion about how female ambassadors are grossly disproportionately underpaid, even if you correct for exposure differences, but that's a complete change in subject. My post is about a specific person who has made a number of sexist statements and doubled and tripled down on them, and how he should not be doing that. Same as if he'd instead made a bunch of racist comments. It's crappy to have anyone like that as an ambassador or representative of the game of any kind. So Carlos Figge said back, come on, Vanessa, you would lose that convo on women pros not having an easier path to sponsorships. As for Dan or Ben, while we do agree they are sexist, one to a higher degree, obviously, you can't go around trying to discredit Ben based on one Twitter thread and hurt his ambassadorship. So she said, you're changing the subject again. I didn't say I was statistically easier, but that we get a very small fraction of our value and payment compared to the men with similar marketable value. And like I said, it's just an absolute tangent from my point, so I'm done engaging with his bad faith shenanigans. And then she blocked him. Now tell me, was Carlos Figge rude to her there? Did he call her any names? Was he being sexist or a misogynist? Was he being mean to her? No. He was having a very, very civil debate with her, and she blocked him. It's one thing for her to say, hey, I'm done with the conversation and stop answering. She actually blocked him. And apparently, according to people who are responding to these threads about her, she has blocked a ton of people, including yours truly. She's blocked me a long time ago, but the point is, an absolute ton of people are blocked by Vanessa Kade for the slightest perceived infraction. But let's get back to the last thing she said. She said, we get a very small fraction of our value in payment compared to men with similar marketable value. Now, what does that mean? Similar marketable value. She's not saying with similar stats. She's not saying women who are as successful as men in poker are getting paid less. She's saying that women are getting paid less when they have the same marketable value. So just in her opinion, she thinks that she's worth more than a male who has the same stats. She's basically saying that women automatically are much more marketable, so therefore they should be paid more. So she thinks that she deserves more money than a male pro on ACR who has the same stats as her, which is honestly pretty sexist. Now, maybe these women would get paid more, and they definitely get the sponsorships a lot more, and whatever the company wants to pay, they pay. But it's not up to her to decide what the marketable value is. The marketable value is whatever the company thinks it is. You can't just decide for yourself what your value is. And besides, the reason your marketable value is higher is because you're female. So that is a form of privilege. So he's right. You're basically proving his point by saying that. Because again, you're not saying that you're not getting paid as much as the males who have the same stats as you, just that you're more marketable because you're female. You didn't directly say that, but you very strongly implied it. That's pretty amazing. It's pretty amazing that you get this privilege in your gender, being a young female, and you get these opportunities, and you have the nerve to complain that you're not being paid as much because you should be paid even more for being female. That's nuts. That's insane. So this is the type of stuff which pisses people off about her. Her arguments aren't in good faith, and she's very, very entitled and always trying to play victim. I mean, can you imagine? Can you imagine you get the damn sponsorship because you're female, and then you're mad that you think you're not being paid enough because you're female? You think you're not being paid enough because you being female makes you more marketable? What the hell? And then you complain about sexism? It should be the guys complaining about sexism here. The truth is in poker that there are some disadvantages to being a female in poker, especially a young female, where you can't just go sit down and play and not be bothered. You're probably going to have dudes flirting with you and hitting on you and trying to talk to you. Like, I could just show up to Commerce or Bellagio or whatever, and I can play, And if I don't feel like talking to anyone, then no one's going to talk to me. I can just put my head down and play, and if I'm not in a talking mood, I don't have to talk. And no one's going to really bother me because I'm just a dude. Where if I were a pretty girl, yeah, I'd probably have guys constantly bothering me and trying to get my attention. It would probably be bothersome. So I understand that. I understand how that kind of sucks. I understand how it can suck where you don't get respect because you're a female. I can understand where it's bothersome that guys are trying to hit on you and trying to get you to date them or go somewhere after the poker game with them when you just want to show up and play and you have no interest in these guys. Like, I understand. I understand it kind of sucks. It's something that's a pain in the ass that guys don't have to deal with. So I can understand that, but you get a lot of advantages on the other side with all of these sponsorships that you can get easily, especially if you win anything. And you can get guys to do a lot of favors for you that they wouldn't normally do for other dudes. And I don't mean sexual favors in exchange for money. I'm not talking about stuff like that. I'm just talking about guys who want to win favor with you. They'll do favors for you with no direct strings attached. And dudes don't really get that. So there's advantages and there's disadvantages, but I believe, and Carlos Figge believes, and I think most people believe, that young, attractive females in poker are a privileged group overall. So that's also why it's so annoying to have Vanessa lecturing people of how awful it is to be a woman in poker, because it really isn't, and she's benefited from it. But she also has really thin skin. Like, she starts up these controversies, she starts up with people, and then she has a very thin skin and blocks them from responding, even if they're polite to her, like Carlos Figge was. So that's off-putting to a lot of people. Will Jaffe, who is a longtime white knight and Twitter feminist, he's anything but one of these guys who's going to come back and criticize women who are claiming victimhood, but even he couldn't take this. Even he couldn't let this slide. He asked about Ben CB. Was what he said sexist in nature? Absolutely. But does that mean he should be forbidden from sponsorship opportunities for the rest of his poker career? I mean, come on. And if he's a, quote, overt sexist, how would you describe men who believe women shouldn't be allowed to vote? So then she wrote back, do you not know what overt means, maybe? Because your post isn't making any sense. Overt, in plain sight, publicly out in the open. So, who cares about the word overt here? I mean, the point that Will is making is that, number one, he shouldn't be forbidden from sponsorships forever because he had one controversial opinion in June about women's talents in poker compared to men. And number two, calling him an overt sexist is too far because he wasn't trying to be an overt sexist. He was just giving an opinion that was politically incorrect. So most of the people responding, especially to Jaffe's post, had harsh or critical words for Vanessa. There were some on her side, but most of the people responding were just kind of tired of her. Most people responding were like, yeah, will you just go away? We're kind of tired of your takes on all this stuff. Just people were not having this. People were not liking her takes on any of this stuff. Now, Ryan Depaulo, where does he come in? Because I've talked a lot about Vanessa. I've talked about Ben CB. But what about Ryan Depaulo? He hasn't entered this yet, but in he came pretty quickly. So the next day, November 29th, Ryan Depaulo quoted her tweet and said this: you produce no content, you do not stream anymore, and you are a negative, toxic life suck as a coworker. Wow. A negative, toxic life suck. You are a horrible force, but luckily not relevant enough to have equal succubus forces on the industry. Complaining and taking 3 selfies flying around the world, losing in 10Ks, is much less of a contribution than Ben makes. Lastly, you have benefited from your gender in poker objectively. This is fine because we need and want more women in poker. But you are far from a victim. Women are welcome and women are needed in poker. Ben said one thing not nice. You are the essence of not nice. Please, all ladies reading this game needs and wants you. You are so welcome despite the stupid-ass picture painted by clowns like this, highlighting one aspect of one thing one guy says. So people wonder, what's this? Why is he coming after her here so hard? I mean, obviously he disagrees, but he seems to really not like her, and he was talking about how she was a negative, toxic life suck as a coworker. referring to their time at ACR. Mike Dentali responded, "You are learning now how insufferable this girl is? She looks at the world through a different lens. It's a mental sickness that can never be cured. Trust me." And Ryan said back, "No, I've known for years." James P-Man Urbanik said, "What's going on here?" And Ryan Depaulo said, "A bitter, toxic person is complaining that a site hired an ambassador who said women are more emotionally unregulated and harms their poker game." Vanessa then clapped back at Ryan. She wrote, "Ryan is big mad because the entire time I was at ACR, he repeatedly came at me with unprovoked, constantly calling me trash and other things openly in group chats, despite the fact that I never engaged with him or ever initiated a conversation with him, ever, even once. Frankly, I've never even heard of him. He repeatedly harassed a number of women, including other female streamers and female customers on the site, and I pressed hard for ACR to get him to curb his behavior, which I thought was outrageous for any kind of ambassador. When they claimed to support women but let him continue, I told them I felt that it was disingenuous to their public promise to do right by women, and it was a large factor in my decision to quit. I also suspect it was a large factor in his having been fired. Ryan, if you want to go further down this path, I have some good screenshots Twitter might enjoy." Now let me stop here for a second. So she's basically saying that she quit. She's also saying that she partially caused Ryan to get fired. I don't believe that part. I think she's probably telling the truth that she quit. But as far as Ryan getting fired, he got fired because he was promoting another poker site or some other poker thing that wasn't directly competing with ACR, but he did it without their permission and it was against his contract, so they fired him. That was why he got fired, nothing to do with Vanessa. But anyway, let's keep going because there's more to this. Ryan then responded with 2 videos and challenged Vanessa to post receipts and post proof of her allegations as she had offered to do. Listen to this.
"Send any and all receipts. Any and all receipts you have. This is not true. Total lie. The biggest lie of all is that you hadn't heard of me, but no, you got fired, bro. You got fired because you said me or him, and I hadn't done anything wrong, and they said, you, dummy, you Riri, you're out. You're toxic. Go. Send it all."
That was the first video. Then he released another video right after that.
"I am guilty of, upon reflection, being not nice to you when you came to join ACR. I said right away, yo, welcome to the team. I'm going to tell you here because I was about to say this on Twitter that day. You're wrong on Dan Bilzerian or whatever stupid ass thing you were talking about that day that I disagreed with you on. And you were like upset, you were hurt. And even though I did it privately, I offered to cross-book you. It was not nice. You posted in the group chat you were playing some 25K. You were drawing dead in, and I offered to cross-book you. Again, not nice. Never harass. I'm trying to stay calm because it's so based in zero. And any ACR Team Pro, anybody will tell you, I've never in my life harassed a customer or a female streamer. I don't watch streamers. I don't, let alone female.
So he just ends it on a laugh. Now, to his credit, she never produced any evidence that he harassed any female customers or streamers. So she came back with a bunch of screenshots, which I'm going to read you, but none of this presents any evidence other than he was very rude to her when she joined ACR as a pro. Nothing about him harassing any female streamers or female customers or anyone talking about him doing that. Nothing. So I don't know where that allegation came from. Anyway, this is what she responded. "All right, here we are. Since you asked for this, Ryan, for context, I just joined the team, I think literally that day. GG Poker had just sent me the condescending and probably illegal message about canceling the rake I was entitled to from signups I did for them years before," which, of course, is that affiliate termination I talked about earlier, which is not illegal, and they were right, but she still doesn't see it. Anyway, I will read you the screenshots, and this is basically just Ryan Depaulo not liking her right from the start and letting everybody in the ACR Pro chat know. Now, this was not open to the public. This is just only ACR Pros in a closed chat. So Ryan Depaulo said, and this is back then, I guess, early 2021. Ryan Depaulo said, saying this here instead of blasting your ridiculousness on Twitter. Vanessa Kade, stop being a clown. You can't have it both ways. Be popular solely because you're a woman, yet play the SJW, the social justice warrior, victim, and blast GG, etc. I was going to blast off tweets on your buffoonery, but figured here is better. And then Vanessa responded, I will conduct myself however I see fit and do not require your input. And he said, I'm sorry, saying solely is unfair. Kay will argue publicly, no doubt. That's fair. I want to do the same. But since we're all team pros, figure it better we argue here. So basically he's saying, I'm just letting everybody know I don't approve of what you're doing about the whole Bilzerian thing. I think it's obnoxious and it's making all of us look bad. But I'm not going to say it publicly. I'm trying to say it here among us. And she's saying, I don't care what you think. I'm going to do it anyway. She said, there's no argument. I have no need for it. He said, you're totally right. I'm not saying don't say anything or whatever, but instead of just smashing your hilarious take on stuff publicly because we team pros are doing it here. And she said, not sure why you're still going on. He says, Kay, sorry, all good. Had to just call you out for clown takes because I couldn't not tweet, and this is me reined in. This is instead of tweeting because we a team, bruh. We can disagree on tons of stuff. Jeff Boski denies the Holocaust, for example. What? He denies the Holocaust. Jeff Boski denies the Holocaust. That's a weird thing to throw in there. So she said back, shouldn't you be busy calling a bunch more female poker players trash on stream? What's the count up to? And he said back, you. And I apologized. So he's basically saying, you're the only one I said was trash on the stream. I guess that she had seen him talking about her on a stream, but not on Twitter, calling her trash. So he said, I've only called you trash. And then I guess then she named one of them that wasn't her. And so I guess he admitted that. She wouldn't say who it was, but she blocked it out in the screenshot. But then he said back, you guys both dust, not about female. And then he said, whoever that is good. Never once said anything bad about her game in my life. Literally nothing to do with female. Believe it or not, this is me trying to sow harmony by not being public with any of this anymore. So it's a little bit of a weird take. Basically, he's saying, I'm trying to have harmony here by not bashing you publicly. I'm going to bash you privately in this group chat. So then someone on ACR, their name was blocked out. One of the pros there said, feel like this won't go your way being public, referring to Depaulo. And he said, I don't mean like I have a counterpoint, but I was about to tweet back against her cancerous bullshit tweets, so instead doing it here. That pro then said, man, this is really aggressive. And he said, I'm sorry. This is pretty over the top. But clearly, as you can tell, Vanessa and I have some stuff to work out to be a cohesive team from before. Could have kept all the cancer to myself. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry it's 3 days after. So you can see he's coming after her pretty aggressively here. There's no question about that she showed up on her first day as an ACR pro, and he's basically saying, hey, I don't like you. I don't like what you're doing with Bilzerian here and all that controversy you're starting. Stop it. And she says, well, I don't care. And he says, well, I'm doing you a favor by bringing it up here. I could be bringing it up somewhere else. And she's like, well, why are you bringing it up at all? And he's just going on. So I see how this was bothersome to her, but the truth was it was in an ACR pro chat with 10 people or something. So it's not the worst thing in the world. So then he mocked her International Women's Day tweet by saying to her, I'm sorry, it's 3 days after International Women's Day after all. So she said back, I haven't done a thing to you. I didn't even know who you were until someone messaged me about you shit-talking me on stream. You apologized, and honestly, I haven't even thought about you or it since. I don't have anything to work out. Keep shouting into the wind, though. It makes you feel better. So then someone in ACR staff, it says, it was blocked out who it was, said, guys, how about we discuss all this in the meeting face-to-face on Saturday? We're all on the same side here. So the people in the ACR upper brass are trying to calm this down. So it went on like that. And then I guess they did have this call. She said, so we get on a team call where Ryan grudgingly apologizes and I'm awkwardly forced into accepting it, only to have him literally call me trash on the video call to everyone again, immediately twice more, LOL. So here's the chats about that. He says, I wouldn't call it violent or add a period to it or anything, but I respect your point. I think it's best to talk on a call, not in text. I agree. She said, been a bit at a loss for words. I've had no interaction and no beef with you, Ryan, and you're effectively a stranger to me, and you've aggressively come at me twice now unprovoked. First in front of 400 viewers, referring to his stream, and now in a team of chat, or now in team chat. You are clearly having some kind of issue with me, but that's one-sided, not my responsibility to resolve for you. You don't need to agree with my opinions, and though I'm available for civil discussion, you are? You blocked Carlos Figge. You're not available for civil discussion. You block everybody. If you can't manage that, then keep it to yourself. I will do, say, and post whatever I feel is right and don't need your permission or approval. Aggressively attacking me in an attempt to isolate, belittle, and humiliate me in front of a team I've just joined and our boss is incredibly out of line. I don't really have much more to say. I hope he can resolve this so we can move forward. Phil Nagy then said, warm welcomes all around. Feels more like a real family every day. So Phil's trying to crack some humor in there. Ryan then says, you don't know my intentions. And then she says back, I'm not going to lie. This behavior is outrageous and has already happened twice, both times in public forums and to others as well. I wouldn't expect to encounter it here in my first week from someone I've never interacted with. I can forgive it, but he also apologized to me last time, and in here we are with identical behavior in front of a new group of people, including our boss. I want to make sure that we're not caught in a cycle where he can say whatever harmful, toxic things he wants with no consequences and just give a, quote, apology every time only to repeat it again. I don't deserve whatever that was, and I'm not going to put up with it if it's a pattern. Depaulo immediately posted in team chat how I'm a massive liar and ranting about it. When I went to play at Poker Go Studios, I posted a chip stack photo to the group chat to show I had joined and was excited and nervous, only to have Ryan say, please tell me you're not playing that 10K, insinuating I'm lighting money on fire. Happily, I went on to bubble then back-to-back final tables in the subsequent events, but yet was another dick move. He then went on and found YouTube videos posted by PokerGo for my final table and made a bunch of insulting remarks about me that the sponsorship team had to tell him to take down. I never once initiated anything with this guy, purely avoided him, and he was obsessed and acted in a very predatory manner. I heard numerous accounts of him doing similar things and being extremely rude to a number of other women. And then she showed a screenshot where she was basically complaining that she can't continue as an ACR pro with this going on. So an ACR staff member then wrote, just putting this here as relevant for Vanessa and Phil, but someone really needs to have a word with Ryan. He's being toxic in our group purely to provoke Vanessa and is becoming very apparent. There's no need for him to keep bringing things up, especially when Vanessa is being targeted publicly. He as a teammate should show some respect and tone it down. And Vanessa said he should be removed. He frankly should have been removed months ago when he attacked me unprovoked on my first day out of nowhere in front of the entire team of my boss, then doubled and tripled down on it. He's a shitty ambassador to boot, constantly calling other players trash, and it's generally a bad look. Now, by the way, these are screenshots posted by Vanessa selectively, so keep that in mind, that she's putting this all together in a manner that she thinks is going to make Ryan look the worst. Now, I don't think any of this is fabricated or out of context. I'm just saying that anything that doesn't make her look as good is not going to be in these screenshots. And, of course, there's no way to see the rest of them because she took them at the time, and she's showing what she wants to show. Then she said, and finally, maybe the strangest accusation of all, the claim that I got fired instead of quit. I don't really get this. It makes no fucking sense. And then she shows that she was scheduling a call regarding what was going to happen with her. So I do believe she quit, but these didn't really prove that. It's her basically ranting about all the problems that she's unhappy about at ACR. Now, I'm going to read some of this to you. She wrote, it's clear we don't really care about misogyny, we meaning all of ACR's pros, and telling everyone publicly that I'm going to help ACR make some positive changes in that department was just lip service, because you have a misogynist on the payroll, and this is 10,000 times worse than some jokes because it's rooted in malice, and we're happy to keep him as long as people don't see what's actually going on. It's disingenuous. And by the way, she deleted the next message, so that's interesting that she's kind of hiding what she said next. Then it says, you're making me a hypocrite, just like they said. Now, this is referring to the Phil Nagy stuff. So this is when she's yelling at them about what's going on at ACR. That basically she's looking like a hypocrite because Nagy was accused of some sexual harassment, like sexual harassment in chat and on streams and stuff. And that she looks like a hypocrite since she was always complaining about misogyny and harassment of women, blah, blah, blah. And then she's representing ACR and not saying anything about Nagy when people are asking her for her opinion. So she's saying, you're making me a hypocrite. And she's saying that you also have a misogynist on the payroll, referring to Depaulo, and saying that the only reason people are okay with it is because they're not aware of all this going on behind the scenes. So she says, you're making me a hypocrite, just like they said, by staying and enduring misogyny that nobody's seeing after publicly defending this company when this has not been dealt with appropriately. That's what's been keeping me up at night ever since the WePro mess. The WePro mess was about the Phil Nagy stuff. We've talked about that before on the show. Ryan's just thumbing his nose at me that he's gotten away with it and is still allowed to continue with no consequences. Now I just feel a constant pit in my stomach that every minute I've stayed on is not being true to my values and it's hypocritical as fuck. And then an ACR team member said, hi, Vanessa. Can you suggest a date and time mid-January, that's in 2022, that's suitable for UK time zone 2, to discuss the above and how we will move forward? The call will be joined by Phil, Eric, and I. Now, I'm not sure who Eric and I are. Phil is obviously Phil Nagy, the CEO. She said yes. And then they scheduled the meeting. And then shortly after that, she was gone. Well, that doesn't prove that she wasn't fired. They're basically saying, look, this is getting hard to deal with here. Can we just talk about this on a call? We'll see what we do next. And then she's gone. So I don't think they fired her. I think they probably said, look, it just isn't working out here. You feel like a hypocrite because you can't say anything about Nagy and you can't really deal with all the fallout you're getting from that, and you're having issues with Depaulo, and you seem to think that we're all misogynists here, and you seem to think Phil is a sexual harasser and he's got to atone for this in some way. It kind of doesn't look like a good fit, Vanessa. Maybe it's kind of time that we're just done. And she probably said, yes, if you're not going to do any of this, I quit. And they're like, okay, cool. So I think that's the way it was. She didn't say that, but that's what I'm getting here, is that they were just kind of tired of her. They're just kind of done with her and all the drama. And they just like, hey, let's get on a phone call to discuss where to go from here. And they probably just agreed they're just going to separate, and that's that. So yeah, I think she was probably quitting if they didn't change this stuff. And keep in mind, this was very close to the end of her contract anyway. She signed a year contract. It was almost over in early 2022. So it's not like she quit in the middle of the contract. And they clearly were not going to renew her given all this was going on. So I think she quit, but it was kind of like quitting before she gets non-renewed anyway, is my guess. I don't have a way to know this for sure, but that's kind of what it looks like to me. So I think she's correct that she quit, but it's kind of like quitting because the whole thing was falling apart. Now, you might have listened to all this and thought, you know what? Depaulo kind of seems like a jerk. Like he seems like the aggressor in all this. He seems like he's hassling her about her opinions on Bilzerian and saying she's trash and he just won't leave her alone and she just wants to keep her head down and represent the site, and he's not letting her. And he's just trashing her all the time in these group chats, and she's like, this is a hostile environment because even though it's not being seen publicly, I've got to endure this with all the fellow ACR pros and ACR staff members, and why are you letting him do this? And furthermore, he's still sometimes bashing me on his streams too. So, okay, she has a point there. I would also be pissed off if I were representing a site and then behind the scenes one of the pros is just trashing me in their open chat, and I'm like, hey, can you stop this? Let's just move on here and just accept we don't like each other. And the guy's like, no, you're awful. You're toxic, blah, blah, blah. Like I would get sick of that too and say, look, get this person under control. I don't want to be here anymore. So I understand that part, and I understand he was the aggressor. However, she was a gigantic pain in the ass. A gigantic pain in the ass because she's always on her soapbox, always looking to play the victim, always looking to cast women as the victims, always looking to start controversy where it really isn't. And they're just kind of done with it. They're just kind of tired of it. Like, you think Phil Nagy wanted to hear about her hypocrisy and, oh no, you better do the right thing, Phil. You have to show everyone, Phil, that you're a reformed person or I'm going to look bad because, I'm the big feminist here of poker pros, and for me to keep up that and still represent you guys, then you guys have to show that you're changing, because if you don't show you're changing, then I look like a hypocrite and that's a problem for me. And they're like, this isn't our problem how you look. This is not our problem that you have made your entire public personality about constantly complaining about how women are treated in poker and trying to always find a way to complain, if that's what you have become known for through your own actions, then yeah, we don't want to have to deal with this every time there's some kind of allegation about our CEO or some other team member that you're going to look like a hypocrite if you don't say something. So I can see where you don't want an activist like that on your roster because it's a burden. It's burdensome. It's problematic. It isn't good to hire activists as poker pros for that exact reason. Because eventually something will come up with your company where the activist can look hypocritical, and then the activist, their choices are either look like a hypocrite or bash the company they're representing, or have them harass you to do something to make them look better. And that was the problem here. It's one thing for female poker pros to speak out and say, hey, treat women right. Hey, be nice to women at the poker table. Be respectful to women at the poker table. Don't write bad things about women on Twitter. Don't be sexist. Don't be a misogynist. You can say these things, but if you make your whole personality about this, if you make your entire being on Twitter of basically, I'm the defender of all women in poker and we're all mistreated, then you're not someone who's very hireable as an ambassador. It's of course your right to say that. Vanessa can take on whatever cause she wants. She can tweet whatever she wants. I'm not saying she shouldn't, because that's her right to do. But that doesn't make her very marketable, to use her own terms. It doesn't make her very hireable as an ambassador, and it doesn't make her easy to work with. So yes, Ryan was the aggressor in this whole thing. Ryan was starting up with her because he just basically hated everything she stood for and hated what she was and just didn't like her on the team, and it was basically saying, hey, tone this down or I'm going to give you a lot of shit. And she's like, I don't care what you think, but just please leave me alone. So I see both sides of this, but I also see why they didn't want her there anymore. And it wasn't just because of him. They were tired of her promising everyone that she's going to force change at ACR. She's going to force Phil Nagy to be a better person. She's going to demonstrate to everyone that ACR's culture has gotten better and it's changed and more female-friendly, blah, 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 blah. And they're like, why do we need this? Why do we need someone like this? So yeah, I doubt they were going to re-sign her. Now, who does she represent right now? Any idea? Any idea? Answer? Nobody. Nobody. She does not represent any poker site or any poker company at the moment, to my knowledge. Now, you can say, well, Druff, how is that any kind of thing to criticize? You don't represent anyone either, except yourself. And I say, you're right, I don't. But the difference is, going back to that term, she is much more marketable than I am. When you are a female who is young or semi-young and fairly attractive, and you have some impressive wins under your belt, and she also won some tournaments live, so she has some nice Hendon Mob stats, and she has that big PokerStars win under her belt. She's done more poker-wise than a number of the female ambassadors out there, and yet she is not an ambassador. And most notably, she's not an ambassador of PokerStars. And you'd think she would be because she's in a territory that you can play it, because she's in Canada, and she won that huge tournament, and she's female, and she's fairly attractive. So why would they not want her as a face of the site? How come after leaving ACR, because there's such awful, terrible sexists and misogynists over there, how come no one else picked her up? Anyone? Anyone? I think you know why. Because no one wants all the drama and all the baggage, including PokerStars. Now, I heard a rumor, and I want to tell you guys it is just a rumor because it was third hand. But I heard a rumor from someone who's friends with a PokerStars pro, and I heard this a few years ago, that she badly wanted to be a PokerStars pro, and they were considering it, but that a number of pros there did not like her and voiced a very strong objection to it and said, we don't want this. Don't do it. It'll be a mistake. We really, really don't want this. So please take our opinions to heart, and apparently PokerStars did, and did not hire her. That's what I was told. May not be true, but that's what I was told. But what I do know for sure is she's not a PokerStars pro. And she kind of should be, or at least of some sight, given everything regarding her demographic and looks and stats. So there's only one reason I would think she is not a pro anywhere, a sponsored pro, that is. And that's because people do not care for her personality, and they don't care for the drama she brings. So they just choose to stay away. And if we go back to her original tweet about Ben CB, she said, pointing out sexism, trying to make positive change gets you max punished and makes you unhireable. So she's saying this. It's not just me saying this. She's saying this. She's saying that by pointing out the sexism, that she is getting punished and she's unhireable. Her own words, not mine. Right on that November 28th tweet about Ben CB. So basically nobody wants to hire her. So she's not just someone who's saying, hey, I'm doing well enough in poker. I don't need one of these dumb sponsorships. I had one once with ACR. It sucked. There's all kinds of controversy. I don't want to do it again. That's not her position. She's saying she wants to be hired. She wants to be a pro somewhere, and nobody's hiring her because she's speaking out about sexism. She's trying to make positive change. But that's where she's wrong, because she's not trying to make positive change. She's just trying to get attention. She wants the attention on herself. She's not looking for real change. She's looking for change that she gets credit for. She's looking to create a stink and everyone to say, okay, you're right, Vanessa. You're right. We're going to change this because of you. Hey, everybody, look. There's much less misogyny now on this site because Vanessa made us change. That's what she's looking for. She's looking to get the pats on the back for it. She's looking to be the misogyny superhero, or I guess the anti-misogyny superhero. And this is kind of off-putting. People just don't like it. They don't want to see this constantly. They don't want to have someone define themselves just based upon that. And that's what she's done. So that's what's made her unhireable. Because you know what you have to be to get one of these sponsorships? You have to be likable. And if you're not likable, then they're not going to hire you. Even if you have good tournament stats, even if you're pretty, even if you're young or youngish, you're still not going to get hired if you're not likable. And she hasn't been likable. And I'll say something about Depaulo, even though he has a lot of people who dislike him and who find him obnoxious, he's also somewhat likable. He's just this blunt East Coast guy, kind of a clown sometimes, but he's this blunt East Coast guy who's just kind of charming. So that's what makes him more hireable, even though he has detractors. Vanessa has some people defending her, but there's not a whole lot of people who say, you know what, Vanessa Kade, I really like her. She's really great. I really love her personality. Like, you don't have that many people saying that. So I think she needs to take an honest look in the mirror and say, you know what, maybe I should go back to my old ways. The funny thing is, if she stayed the way she was before entering all this controversy, before trying to become the anti-misogyny superhero, she would totally have that PokerStars sponsorship. Because she was positive, she was nice, she was sweet. I don't know if it was just an act, but that's the way she came off. I don't know why she has hitched her wagon to this activism where she's constantly looking for victimhood. Even if she's not directly the victim, though she also plays that as well. And she even complains about the compensation that she got. As a female pro. I mean, she signed that damn contract when she didn't have any stats. She just isn't understanding why they don't want to hire her. It's because she's trying to be an activist and people are getting tired of it. Is this story over? No, it's not over. There's one more element of the story. Kevin Martin, also known as Kmart, got involved with this. I didn't even know he knew her, but apparently he knew her from back in Canada. So Kevin Martin posted the following. I played cards with Vanessa Kade in Canada for years. While she won at poker, she magically created problems with everyone. It's been fascinating to watch her get attention and do the same thing on a bigger scale. And then I guess some people were supportive of this and said, yeah, I agree. And then others were giving him a hard time, saying he's just piling on. So he wrote, people asking my motivation for posting this. She constantly attacks my friends, fellow creators, and the site I represent. Just providing some context as to why her public opinion should be taken with a grain of salt. So then she posted a long response to this, which was frankly kind of weird. So listen to this. Brave post from someone, it appears, just married and cheated on and then promptly divorced his brand new wife. Now, what? What does any of that have to do with what he just wrote? I mean, who knows if it's true or not? But even if it's true, it has nothing to do with what he just wrote. So that's a little bit weird. It's been interesting to see you drop the fake nice guy bit here and there the last couple of years. I think people would be surprised if that mask fell all the way off. So basically she's saying he's a piece of shit and he's pretended to be a nice guy for public perception, but now he's starting to show who he really is. The poker community Kevin is referring to back then was the most toxic I've ever seen. It was largely men from the oil fields, remember this is in Canada, who would come down and get super drunk, dump off money on their weeks off. They were so rude to me, being called bitch or cunt just for winning pots, and the casino would never interfere because these guys who did this were the biggest losers of money in the room. Once a roided out guy followed me through 3 table changes, and after I'd repeatedly felted him, he got dragged out by security after threatening to punch me. It got to a point that I would just wear headphones and refuse to engage with anyone. By the way, I would think that from this story, it does sound like the casino did something. They dragged him out. Security dragged him out for doing this. So what's her complaint? I mean, I understand the complaint about the guy, but it sounds like the casino was protecting her. Anyway, going on. The locals would largely sit around complaining about how horrible their wives were and leering at the women going past the glass to the nightclub next door. I remember one guy once saying, "That reminds me of my daughter," while undressing her with his eyes. There was even an incident where an elderly poker player literally motorboated a waitress without her consent, and nothing was done until the waitress complained to her boss's boss or something and the guy got banned. The poker player's reaction was to say, "Poor Norm," and literally threatened to boycott the room, even though even some women were defending Norm, unless they unbanned him. I guess Norm was the motorboater. Glad to see it wasn't Nolan Dalla. I saw N.O., and I'm like, oh no, Nolan, not again. But no, it was Norm, whoever that is. They ended up giving him a 6-month ban instead, conveniently 6 months in the winter that he normally spent away anyway, so effectively no punishment. The woman, however, I vaguely remember hearing she was no longer allowed to work in the poker room, so basically no consequences for the guy, and the woman lost the most lucrative section of the casino to work in. When some guys were saying poor Norm over and over, I snapped at the table and pointed out that that was literally sexual assault, and just got a bunch of deer-in-the-headlights looks in return like I was the crazy one. Okay, let me stop here. Do you understand what this story has to do with Kevin Martin? This is the response to Kevin Martin saying that she created problems with everyone and that she's basically doing the same thing here on Twitter on a bigger scale. So what is the story here? Like, Kevin wasn't part of any of this. Kevin played in the same place, I guess, but Kevin didn't do any of the things that she was describing, nor was she accusing him of doing these things. Like, these are just random dudes. Like, guys from the oil fields who were losing a lot of money there and being rude to her and calling her bitch and cunt and following her around. And one guy got dragged out by security. Man, some other person watching hot girls walk by to the club and saying, "Hey, that one reminds me of my daughter." And this guy Norm who was motorboating a waitress. Like, what does this have to do with what Kevin Martin wrote, that she's just creating problems? Now, I guess she's trying to say this is such an awful place, and this is how I was creating problems. I was standing up to all the misogyny and sexism there. But this is just such a bizarre rant. And then she went on to say, it was an environment that may be super unfriendly and antisocial for a period of time, but I used to pull in so much money from those games because they were so good, especially against a woman. Some of their egos would just cause them to make absolutely terrible plays, either insane bluffs or just never fold to my bets. I won so much money out of those rooms, some not-so-bright players actually started complaining that I must be cheating somehow. They looked at hours and hours of footage and told these guys, no, she's not. But the complaints didn't stop, and management, who I liked very much, asked if I wouldn't mind not sitting with certain people or using my phone at the table just to shut them up. I liked this guy and wanted to make things easier on him, so I complied, this is referring to the manager, but my win rate went unchanged, and they continued to insist I must be cheating somehow. Eventually, the narrative became that because I wasn't allowed to use my phone at the table or sit with friends any longer, that there must have been something right to that narrative, like it confirmed their suspicions even though I was still winning the same amount. So eventually I pointed this out to the manager and said it's not fair to have my reputation harmed this way, and we agreed I would resume sitting with whomever and using my phone like anyone else. This is so weird. This is like some backstory to Vanessa Kade we all never knew. Since having seen some amount of success, I refused to go back there. Why would I? And people who have asked me to come and knew what it was like for me back then have repeatedly told me it's changed. That most of those people are now proud to say I came from there, and please come back. I got stuck there last year on a layover when there were fires in my current hometown of Kelowna, and I ended up playing in the rooms for a week. The atmosphere was unrecognizable. People were friendly and kind to each other. I noticed a number of really respectful interactions between the men and women, and there were many more women in the room than there used to be. Women being treated exactly like the other male players, and maybe the one time I saw someone be rude, the entire table chimed in to shut them down. Somehow that place went from the socially worst I've ever seen to one of the best, and it really made me happy. Everyone was extremely nice, welcoming, happy to see me, and I had a wonderful time. When things are really wrong with a place or an environment or a person and you hold a mirror up to it, the reaction is rarely positive. You want to say I caused a lot of problems or that they magically appear around me? It's only because I have the tendency to bring to the surface the things that are not right or fair. And if that makes me the problem, then I guess I'll take that. See, guys, so that's the reason for this whole story. So basically she's saying, yeah, she was kind of a problem in that room where Kevin Martin played, but that's because she was calling out all this terrible behavior like Norm the motorboater. I do like the response to all this from a guy named Joey Moneylines, who said, my favorite part of the story is that she's oblivious to the fact that the so-called toxic environment magically got better after she left. It seems to go over her head that she's the common denominator in all these toxic environments. It's a special kind of dumb. That is kind of funny that it was supposedly so toxic there, and then she leaves, and she comes back, and they're like, oh, wow, it's so nice here. Everyone's getting along. Everyone's so nice. So when I was here, the place was terrible and everyone acted terrible. And now, after I left, it got so much better. Wow, it's so nice that I caused this change. Now, to be fair, if her story is even like half true, I don't think it changed because of her. They probably just got enough complaints to where they put a stop to some of the bad behavior there, or just maybe the times changed, or the bad apples that were coming there doing bad things stopped coming, or lost all their money, or maybe Norm motorboated one too many waitresses and he was asked to leave for good. Who knows? But look, if everywhere you go, people are saying that you're drama, that you're causing problems, that you're a disruptor, that you're a complainer, that just there's always controversy and it always surrounds you, then you do have to look at yourself. You do have to look at yourself and say, maybe I should just become one with the environment instead of always trying to tilt at windmills. And I say this as somebody who does speak up in any business circumstance when something's wrong. So I can understand that. I can understand being the customer who says, hey, this isn't right what's going on here, when other people just keep their mouths shut. I've been that person, and I can understand why Vanessa would want to do that. But at the same time, it just always seems like wherever she goes, people have the same opinion, that this is someone who's always complaining, always saying that she's the victim in some way, or she's watching other people get victimized and she has to stand up to this and she has to be the hero and this needs to stop. And it just, how come she can't just ever be there and blend in? How come? And how come when she does all this standing up for what's right, how come there's very few people who say, yeah, she's done a great job standing up for what's right, she really made a difference, she was the one who was brave enough to do something and tackle the problem? How come we don't really hear that from people about her? It just always seems to be, hey, wherever she is, problems follow. So I'll let you guys decide, but I know what it looked like to me. Now, I don't think she's outright making up these stories. There probably were boorish guys from the oil fields who'd come down and chunk off their money, and she just kind of has to tolerate their bad behavior. I've had to do that too, not from a sexist standpoint, of course, but I have played in live card rooms where really, really, really unpleasant guys are also the fish in the game, and I have to just say nothing. I just have to grit my teeth and bear it, you know? And yeah, I don't like these guys personally. Yeah, it's kind of unpleasant to have them at the table, but I'd still rather have them than a quiet pro who's good. Those are the guys you need in the game for the game to be good and profitable. So you just tolerate it. Ideally, you'll have someone who is nice and a fish, but it doesn't always work that way. And she even said so, that she was still staying there. She was still coming. She wasn't forced to go there, you know. She was still coming in frequently and winning a lot of money because these players were also terrible. So she tolerated it and won, just like the rest of us do when we play live poker. So I don't know why she thinks she's unique here because she's female. Males deal with this shit too. In fact, males have to deal with something that females don't, and that is the really unpleasant players with the obnoxious, aggressive personalities will sometimes get mad at you and challenge you to a fight, or even sometimes try to fight you at the table. And I've had that before too, just because I 3-bet the guy too much, or I win too many pots off him. And then I start getting threatened or altercations start up, which they wouldn't do to a female. They're not going to threaten to beat up a female outside or anything like that because the female's 3-betting him too much. So the bottom line is jerks are jerks, and you're going to deal with them in live poker, whether you're male or female. You're just going to get different ways of having to deal with them. You know, he may call her a cunt, and to me, he may say, hey, you know, I'm tired of your shit. You know, I'm going to find you outside and slam your head into the curb. This story is very weird. Like who cares about Norm and the motorboating of the waitress? It's just, why tell this whole story? It's so weird. Like, what's she trying to say? That she was the one who got it changed, or she was the one who stood up to the whole thing, and that's why she appeared to be unpleasant to some people? Like, why doesn't she think that if she were the one standing up to all these injustices, why wouldn't the good people be saying, yeah, she's the one who was doing the right thing? So I'm sure that a lot of this is modified, or at least modified in her own head. I think these were probably real stories that are morphed or exaggerated in some way. Probably in her head. I don't think she's like actively lying. I really think deep down she believes that her pushing back at all this is eventually was the catalyst to make all this change. Anyway, am I saying that I'm on Depaulo's side on this whole thing? Well, not really. I agree that from the ACR standpoint, that she wasn't starting with him, as I said before. So as far as who was making that whole thing uncomfortable, it was him. You know, he could have gone to her just directly, privately, and said, hey, can you tone this down, all the anti-GG and anti-Dan Bilzerian stuff, because now that you're part of this team, we really don't want activism and controversy. So, you've stated your point. Can you kind of just bring it down a bit? And then if she said, fuck off, then he could bring this to ACR staff or to Phil Nagy and say, hey, can you ask Vanessa to tone it down? Because she's not listening to me because I have no authority over her here. So can you do it? But just, harassing her constantly in the open chat there, even if it's like private only to ACR people and not to the public, I can see how that's frustrating for her when she's not trying to fight back. She's really just trying to be an ACR pro and not be bashed constantly in their internal chat. So I get that. I get that he was probably persistent with this and that he wasn't leaving her alone even though they kept asking him to. But I also think that she was a big pain in the ass there, separate from all this. And I think they started to say, hey, you know what? Ryan might be kind of right. This girl kind of does suck. Like, he was kind of out of line here in the way he was acting in the chat, but yeah, we're kind of tired of dealing with her and all these demands she's making to Phil and how she wants to be the agent of change at ACR. Like, why did we hire her again? Like, I could see these discussions going on behind the scenes. So they probably all dropped to their knees and thanked the Lord above when she quit. That's what I think. And that's why she's unhireable. People don't want to deal with all this stuff. Before I move on from this topic, there was also a weird feud between Vanessa and Veronica Brill. Now, I don't think Vanessa ever publicly responded to it. And, of course, you guys know I have an issue with Veronica Brill. Funny enough, I think the two of them have a lot in common. I think they're both hypocritical. I think that they both engage in pro-female activism when it suits them, and then don't engage in it when it suits them not to engage in it. And I think that both are very blind to their own hypocrisy, and I think that both are very willing to cause problems for other people unnecessarily. And they're also both blondes around the same age. Actually, Veronica's a little bit older, but they even have some similarities in looks, too. But they don't like each other. So on the now shuttered Nick Vertucci show, because Nick, of course, is persona non grata now in poker, but in a 2022 episode of the Nick Vertucci show called Poker Beefs, I think it was the 4th episode they did, at the 26:11 mark, you can listen to Veronica saying some pretty bad things about Vanessa, including accusing Vanessa of making a phony account in a chat to defend herself.
Pretty big beef with Vanessa Kade.
Yeah.
I don't follow that shit. So, yeah, tell me about it.
I'm blocked.
You're
Shout
blocked?
out to
Okay.
Vanessa Kade.
So I can't really lead you other than that because I really don't know anything about it besides you said you had a beef with her and that she's a psycho bitch.
Oh my God, I didn't say that. Shut up. Don't say that live.
Okay. I forget exactly how you put it, but go on. What's the beef?
I think she probably did say that.
No, I mean, Vanessa Kade was a GG Poker ambassador.
No.
And I've always had a good standing relationship with GG Poker. I've done content for GG Poker. They have always treated me great. They have always, I did an interview with Dan Bilzerian. I went to Dan Bilzerian's house. I did content for their Polish GG Poker.
They have Polish GG Poker?
Yeah, they have a
Does
big...
both sides just lose?
Yeah.
How does that work?
Everybody loses in the hand except for the casino.
Happy.
Except for the Russian dealer.
That's right. The only one that wins is the Russian dealer. Wow, that's pretty
You
good.
lose.
You
Scoop pot.
You lose.
Communist Russia, number one.
Wow, I wasn't expecting that. That's pretty funny. Most people don't even know that Russia invades Poland and that we protect them.
If you don't know that, then...
I know it, but, I'm
glad that you made it through at least the 12th grade. I'm very proud of you.
K through 12, bro.
You number one big shoot.
I number one.
Very proud of you. You bring joy to family.
I number one big smart guy. Go. So what's your beef? I really don't even know what it is. We never talked about it.
It's kind of weird to me because I don't really know. She kind of went off on me. She started, and like I said, I'm a woman dealing with GG Poker. They've been good to me. And I don't fucking work for GG Poker right now. Mm-hmm. They bought Poker After Dark. I still don't know what's happening with Poker After Dark. I'm in limbo. I may not go back on the show. But that being said, I can honestly say, and I call out people online all the fucking time.
Yeah, I watch them.
I would call them up, but I've had nothing but good experiences with GG Poker.
That's so not true. She would call them out. What happened there was Veronica met up with Dan Bilzerian. I forgot why she went to his house, and all of a sudden she became very pro Dan Bilzerian because he was a fairly big name and he was giving her some attention, and she felt that maybe she could utilize that to get more attention on herself or get jobs or whatever it might be. So it was convenient to suck up to him. So at that point she started defending him, and this pissed off Vanessa Kade, and I guess that was the source of the beef. I kind of forgot about that because it's been like 2.5 years, but that was the source of the beef, that she was saying Dan is not what he appears to be online. He's a good guy, blah, blah, blah. And Vanessa's like, what the fuck? And then what Veronica is saying is, hey, I'll call out whoever I need to call out. Well, of course, we see that wasn't true because she knew what Nick Vertucci was doing behind the scenes, and she didn't call it out. And in fact, she was even over at his house the day the scandal hit. So, yeah, I mean, it's funny hearing her say that now, considering what's come out about her since, but it's not surprising. So it is funny hearing Veronica say this, and it is true that her defending of Bilzerian was self-serving, but let's go on and listen here.
That's good.
Steve has always been, shout out to Steve. What's up, Steve? Steve's always been fucking cool to deal with. But, okay, so she gets on GG Poker for hiring Dan Bilzerian as an ambassador.
Okay, so she got on GG Poker because she was able to get them to hire Dan Bilzerian. She was the conduit?
No. She was mad that they hired him, and she fucking went on a tirade online.
Why would she care?
Because she's a feminist and she doesn't.
Oh, she because of him and the girls and all that, she thinks he's a douchebag.
Yeah, and she didn't want GG Poker to be represented by Dan Bilzerian.
Got it.
You know what? That's a different story. Like,
isn't it GG's poker decision since it's their company?
Sure, but she thought it was a bad look. I don't think it's a great look either. But look, here's what I think. Like with anything, with politics, with like ideas or anything, you going on a fucking rampage online is not going to change anyone's mind or make you look better.
That's actually true. Veronica actually raised a good point there, that just Vanessa went on this too hard, too far. There's every day pushing at GG Poker. She didn't just say, this is my opinion, I don't think it's a good hire, I think it makes you look bad, and drop it. Like, this was just constantly hassling them to where, like, months later, they finally dropped her affiliate deal.
You just look like someone angry, and then eventually becomes noise that no one wants to hear if you're yelling a lot. You know what I mean? Even if your message is right.
And when we're done with this, can we circle back to the Dan thing? I don't want to interrupt your story.
Okay. So, don't get me wrong. I didn't think Dan was a great choice, but Gigi's like, hey, you know what? You seem like you're a good interviewer. You know, can you interview Dan? Right after they hired him, can you interview Dan at his house? And so I got to know him. Like, I think he's okay. I think he's had a lot of growth. Anyway, so she fucking lost her shit on GG Poker. They parted ways. I kind of defended GG. Like, I stayed on, like, I wasn't saying go Dan Bilzerian, but I was like, look, I'm working with GG. I don't have a problem with GG. Like, they've always been good with me. And so she just kind of lost her shit and like blocked me. And I heard she talked a lot of shit about me to my friends. Like, my friends told me.
She didn't like that you didn't take the same stance, and you're a woman, and she didn't like that.
I'm a feminist, man.
I got it. But she didn't like that because she thought that you should have carried the cross with her.
I don't believe in that shit.
I know that. I'm asking you. That's why, correct?
Yes.
That's so aggravating for me to hear. I don't believe in that shit. She tried to cancel me for that exact type of shit. Such a fucking hypocrite. You know, see, if Vanessa Kade is listening to this, at least she can enjoy this part of the segment. So far, I'm kind of more on Vanessa's side, but let's keep listening.
I agree. And I also think, like, you know, so there's like, I hate fucking using the word catty, but there are, you know, there's like a rule, and Melissa talked about this on the Solve for Why podcast, that women in poker, there's kind of a rule where we just support each other, especially publicly. Like,
even if you guys even support each other, even if someone's wrong, or even if someone's
someone's wrong, I'm not going to support them. But like, what I'm saying is professionally, like, if Jamie's like, hey, I'm doing this, can you retweet it? I'm like, oh, Jamie, for sure. Ebony calls me and she's like, hey, can you help me with this? 100%. Hey, can you publicly support this that I'm doing?
I understand
I'm there.
What you mean. Yeah.
And so even if you kind of don't love someone or like are not the greatest fan of theirs, you still like don't say anything bad, because there's so few of us in the space, and it gets fucking stupid when we're all arguing. And so I just thought, like, she kind of came across that way. She came across kind of like catty in that way. Right. And I'm like super happy for her. I'm glad she won that $1.5 million in that ACR tournament. And I think her and ACR have parted ways. I don't know. She's fucking blocked me, and I don't really.
She sure is pretty.
I saw her at the GPI Awards sitting in the corner by herself. Like, whatever. I don't care.
Like the little passive aggressive jab there. I saw her at the GPI Awards. She's sitting by herself in the corner. Basically saying that at the GPI Awards nobody liked her and she just is sitting by herself. I don't know if that's true, but it's kind of a little jab there.
And sorry, that was a little bit of a shot.
That was catty.
Look, I'm just not a huge fan.
That was catty.
It's fine. I'm happy for her. I think I saw her at a final table at a high stakes event at the Win at Encore, and I was like really happy that she was there. But it doesn't mean I'm a fan of hers. You know, like, I'm happy for her. Good for her. Good for you.
Okay.
You go.
I guess that's a good way to be.
Her friends told me she gets so fucking mad. I had a video on my YouTube channel, and someone referenced her in the video, and I put like the nicest picture of her up, and I tried to say like really nice things, and her friends messaged me. They're like, she's so fucking mad about that video. I'm like, why? She's just like, doesn't fucking like anything I do, so like, I don't fucking care. Like, good for you. I want you to have success. Like, keep me blocked.
This is really a tender spot-ish. Kinda. Like, you have passion.
There's only room for one blonde.
I have a feeling it's more about that because no, I'm joking. No, I know I'm joking. There's passion in your voice when you speak of it.
I just don't, you know what? Like, I like a relationship. Like, Jamie Kerstetter and I are friends, and we don't talk all the time. We're not like super duper close, but if she fucking calls me and needs something, I'm fucking there. If she's like, I'm in town, I need somewhere to stay with me. I'm here for you. You need a retweet, I'm there. You want me to show up to the meetup game and promote it? I'll fucking do it. And like, that's what it is. That's what I think it should be like. And there's no like, jealousy. Like, I want her to succeed, and if I fucking never show up on another podcast or TV show again, great. I don't fucking care. I got other shit going on. I'm happy for whoever succeeds. That's what I'm saying. I don't like jealousy in my life. I don't like jealous people.
Yeah,
maybe some people have a jealousy problem.
Just so you know, and you know this is all news to me. I don't
also
track any of this. I don't even know. I didn't know anything you were going to tell me until you just spit it.
I was on in the comments in Doug Polk's podcast when he went live on one of his shows, and I swear to God, and this is like such a crazy thing that someone would do, but I don't know who else would do this. There was a girl named Sarah in the comments, and it was Joey's podcast. There's a girl named Sarah in the comments who was like, Veronica, you ruined Vanessa Kade's career. Veronica, Vanessa Kade isn't on Poker After Dark because of you. I'm like, I don't control who's on Poker After Dark. That's Brent. I have no say in like who gets to go on anything in Poker After Dark. I literally, they're like, go on stage left, I go to stage left. You're going to interview Daniel Negreanu now? Okay, I interview Daniel Negreanu. There's no, like, I have no control over anything at Poker Go.
Your interviews were boring.
Shut the fuck up.
Anyway, she's trying to imply that the Sarah was really Vanessa and was trying to hassle Veronica when she was on Joey Ingram's show. I will say, I could totally see this as something that Veronica would do after having a beef with Vanessa, like try to influence people at Poker After Dark to not bring Vanessa back. It's also possible they just didn't like her over there. So that was a little beef that I doubt has gone away. We don't see it actively anymore, but I'm sure that they still pretty much hate each other. I don't know. It just seems like Vanessa is always in beefs with a lot of people, unnecessarily. All right, let's move on here. WSOP bracelet winner Cory Zeidman has been in some trouble, and I have an update for that story. Cory Zeidman has a World Series of Poker bracelet. It turned out poker was probably not the way he was making his money. In fact, I know for sure he made a lot more money in something that didn't have to do with poker, and unfortunately was not legal or moral. So in May of 2022, the DOJ made the following statement, and we covered it on the show, but since it was 2.5 years ago, I'm going to read it again to you. It says, former Long Island resident indicted for massive fraud scheme involving sports betting. A 2-count indictment was unsealed today in U.S. District Court for the Eastern District of New York, charging Cory Zeidman, who is 61 at the time, now he's 63, with conspiracy to commit wire fraud, mail fraud, and money laundering conspiracy in connection with a sports betting fraud scheme he operated from Long Island in Florida. The defendant was arrested this morning in Florida, I think it meant to say in Florida, and will make his initial appearance at the federal courthouse in Miami. Breon Peace, U.S. Attorney for the Eastern District of New York, Ricky Patel, Acting Special Agent in Charge, Homeland Security, Patrick Ryder, Commissioner, Nassau County Police Department, and Daniel Brubaker, U.S. Postal Inspector in Charge, announced the charges. As alleged, Zeidman defrauded his victims, stole their life savings, and persuaded them to drain their retirement accounts to invest in his bogus sports betting group. Also, he could spend it on international vacations, a multi-million-dollar residence, and poker tournaments. Today's indictment serves as a reminder to all to be wary of so-called investment opportunities that purport to have inside information, as they really are a gamble not worth taking. That was from U.S. Attorney Breon Peace. As alleged, Zeidman preyed on individuals who were led to believe he had inside information that would lead them to easy money. In reality, he was selling nothing but lies and misinformation, bilking millions from victims along the way, leaving their lives in financial ruin and their bank accounts empty. And that was what Ricky J. Patel, the Homeland Security investigator, said. HSI will continue to work together with our partners to follow the money and tackle complex financial investigations to bring justice fraudsters like Zeidman, who finance their lavish lifestyles by concocting ways to bamboozle the innocent when their only real goal is lining their pockets with ill-gotten cash. And then the postal inspector said Mr. Zeidman took advantage of the public's interest to get in on the ground floor of his sports betting organization. He devised a criminal scheme to fatten his pockets using nothing more than people's love for sports and his clever words wrapped around a fraud. Postal inspectors remind investors to thoroughly review all investment offers to ensure they're not left with a line of empty promises and a drained bank account. The defendant was the leader of an organization that placed national radio ads to lure victims to retain the organization for sports betting advice. The victims were led to believe that the organization had privileged information that made betting on sporting events a no-risk proposition. Victims were required to pay a fee to obtain this information, which, unbeknownst to them, was either fictitious or obtained from an internet search by defendant and his co-conspirators. Many victims lost their life savings. So basically, he's accused of running ads for this company that he was running that was claiming they had all this inside information that basically made every sports bet a virtual lock, such as injury information or just any other major information that wasn't made public but they had access to. So they're saying, hey, don't just bet in the dark, bet with information that nobody knows except us that is very, very valuable to know and that will very greatly influence the outcomes of these events. So it turned out they were either making up this information or in some cases they were just Googling it and pretending it was inside information, like such and such person, their elbow's hurting today. Well, they just found that on Google. It wasn't secret information. Or in other cases, they would just make up things that they claimed to know. So what would happen would be people would invest money in this sports betting group because basically they'd say, hey, give us money and we're going to bet it for you. And I don't know if they're taking a commission, probably something like that. But they really didn't have any winning information. They were just sports betting fish over there, this group that supposedly has all the inside knowledge. So they lost tons of money for people. And in addition, apparently Zeidman was making tons of money off this and funding his lifestyle. So that's what was alleged in 2022. In 2017, I found a tweet from Cory Zeidman that was complaining about the World Series of Poker. He said, every year, same problem. Card quality sucks. Facilities suck. Players are sheep. Case closed. Hashtag WSOP. So anyway, I have an update on this story. 2.5 years later, Cory Zeidman has pled guilty. Now, that's not a surprise because the feds usually don't bring charges like this unless they have the goods on you. They have an incredibly high conviction rate because they tend to only try very slam dunk cases. So usually, people's attorneys tell them the feds wouldn't be bringing this unless they've got something very strong that they know they're going to win. So you should plead guilty and take a lesser sentence than if you try to fight this and lose because you're almost surely going to lose. So anyway, Zeidman did plead guilty. It took 2.5 years, but he pled guilty to 2 counts of mail and wire fraud associated with an illegal gambling scheme. He faces up to 20 years in prison and a $3.6 million fine/restitution. He will get less than the 20 years, I'm sure. That's going to be part of that guilty plea. So it was basically a plea bargain. So facing up to 20 years doesn't mean much because it would have been the same 20 years if he fought this and lost. So there's no way he'd plead guilty to get the same max sentence that he would get at worst if he fought it and lost. So he's going to get significantly less than the 20 years. He is 63 years old, though, so whatever sentence he gets may be for the rest of his life or a large portion of the rest of his life. The sentencing date has not been set yet, and apparently he charged high fees for the service to those who would get this information, and I'm not sure if they were betting as part of this group, like all together with the same money, and he's charging fees, or if he's just selling bullshit information, and these people were betting on their own. It doesn't really matter. Zeidman apparently used more than 12 aliases in this whole scheme, and also 3 different companies claiming to sell these picks. I guess they do this once their word got out that each company was bullshit. Apparently he took in $25 million in fees between 2004 and 2020, and that doesn't even include what everybody lost betting on these games that they thought were pretty much a lock. So you're not going to see Cory Zeidman at the poker table anytime soon. He did win an event in 2012 at the World Series of Poker. He has 1 bracelet. He has $692,000 in total cashes, but that's not necessarily profits. He might be down overall. The last cash he had was right before he was arrested, which was in May of 2022, May 19th, at a deep stack event at the Seminole Hard Rock. The win he had back in 2012 was at the 7-card stud high-low event number 4, and he took home $201,000 for that. He also finished 3rd at a 10K win event in 2009 and got $131K there. Those were his 2 big hits. So he was still actively playing all the way through the time he got arrested. I presume that after he got arrested, he was told he had to stop gambling. That's probably why we haven't seen him at the World Series of Poker, even though he probably was not actually sitting in jail until, or he's probably not going to be in jail until that sentencing. I don't really recognize him, so I don't know if I've played with him before. I didn't really know who he was, so I only really became aware of him after this news story came out 2.5 years ago. About the whole thing with the fake sports betting operation. But yeah, anytime anyone claims that they have all this insider information they're going to sell you, it's always bullshit. I could have told you that was bullshit without even hearing any of the information they're selling. A radio ad giving this? Like, it's one thing if someone has access to some kind of privileged information and you know them or you know them through somebody else and they're like, hey, you know, I have this information on this team and I can give you this information and then you know, you can place the bets, and if you could give me a piece of your winnings. You know, some of that can be illegal, by the way. But if you put that aside, like, that can be believable if you trust the person. But if there's going to be a radio ad saying, hey, we have inside information, pay us a ton of money, there's no way that's ever legit. No way. But people fall for it, and people just want to have a way to win in gambling. That's how Christopher Mitchell gets away with his scamming, is that people have the experience of going to gamble and losing. They bet sports and they lose. They play blackjack, they lose. They play poker, they lose. They play slot machines, they lose. They play video poker, they lose. So they enjoy gambling, but they lose. And a lot of people, especially ones who aren't that sophisticated, especially about gambling, they kind of wonder to themselves, hey, maybe there's some secret formula to win. Maybe I'm just doing it wrong. Maybe there's professional gamblers out there who know how to win, who have some kind of edge that I don't know about. So you hear about people like Cory Zeidman who claim that they just have the connections to know privileged information about certain sporting contests that will make betting way, way easier and clearer as to which side to take. And you think, oh yeah, that could make sense. You know, they've got connections, and yeah, if you're going to bet on a baseball game and you hear that the pitcher is hurting and they haven't announced this anywhere, yeah, of course, you should bet against that pitcher, things like that. So it can be believable that someone could have this information, but if it's advertised as a service, there's no chance. There's no chance that that would be a legitimate thing. That's pretty brazen to do, to put national ads out there and not expect to get caught when you're making all this up. Or just Googling it. That's crazy. So yeah, he won't be winning a second bracelet. That would be my guess. He may not play in another bracelet event ever. So, maybe he'll get out before he's dead. Depends how long his sentence. You do serve most of your time in federal prison. You don't get out really early like you can do in state prison. So, like if he gets 12 years, he's probably going to be there for about a decade. So we'll see. He did collect $25 million in fees for something that was completely fake. So they can't just give him a slap on the wrist. This is going to be something. It's just not going to be 20 years because he wouldn't have made the plea bargain otherwise. 775-FRAUD-55, 775-372-8355. Blubbernuffle said the stream died. I hope that's not true. I think his stream just died. He should just reset it. I've been kind of watching. I haven't seen the stream dead. It's broadcasting right now. So I hope the stream's alive. If it ever does die, just reset it. Just reboot the page. Reload the page. Well, since we're talking about a World Series of Poker bracelet winner who will be sitting in prison for a long time, let's talk about a World Series of Poker main event winner who won't be able to win it again the same way he did the first time. We're talking about Jonathan Tamayo. Now, this is not something directly about him, but it's indirectly. It's a rule change that should be called the Tamayo-Nietzsche rule because it has to do with the 2024 main event and some controversy about that. So according to KevMath, Kevin Mathers is his name, of course, a new rule has shown up involving the World Series of Poker that is going into effect at the current WSOP Paradise, which is the WSOP Atlantis event, which is basically there to try to crush the Win and try to ruin their series because they are very paranoid about the WPT rising up and becoming as big as they are. So the WSOP basically created that Paradise event to try to make it less appealing to attend the Win event and dilute the crowd for that event. But we've talked about that before. That's not what this is about. This is about a change at WSOP, which is going into effect at WSOP Paradise. And here is the text. Electronic assistance and coaching, : players and spectators are not allowed to use charts, apps, or any form of electronic assistance in the tournament room. Failure to adhere to this policy will result in a penalty up to disqualification for the player and removal from the tournament room for the spectator. Spectators are also prohibited from providing live assistance or coaching. Failure to adhere to this rule will result in a penalty for the player and removal from the rail for the spectator. Non-players on the rail must adhere to the WSOP terms and conditions, including no viewing of live streams on an electronic device. So that's interesting. So basically, there's a number of new rules or a clearer version of existing rules that have to do with people on the rail and also players at the table arguing for in 2023, and some people jump down my throat like Berkey. I feel, and apparently the WSOP feels, so I'm glad they agree with me, that any of these assistance tools should just simply not be allowed in the tournament room. And that's what I said. Berkey's like, how are we going to ever enforce this? What people have on their phones. How about just saying very simply, you cannot use any kind of helper tool while you're in the tournament room. If you want to run to the bathroom and use it, fine. If you want to do it during break, fine. You want to do it in your car, fine. Like, if you want to do it outside the tournament area, have at it. But if you're in the tournament area, you should not be able to use any kind of program that assists you to learn how to play or to analyze past hands or anything like that. That you have to leave the tournament area to do it, because that makes it much, much more difficult to those who are using solvers when they're at the table. And furthermore, and this is where it has to do with Jonathan Tamayo and his friend Dominic Nietzsche, that you can't have people on the rail using these solvers and helping you out. And in fact, they can't give you any coaching at all. So you can't run to the rail and have people on the rail giving you coaching, whether it's through a solver or just from their own brain. that basically if you're at a table, you can go talk to your friends on the rail, but it cannot be about the hands. You cannot discuss the hands. They cannot use any of these devices. They can't do any kind of analysis that they tell you about. And furthermore, anyone on the rail cannot view the table and see the hole cards, because some of these are streamed on a 15-minute delay, and these people are not allowed to view that and then tell you what their opponents had 15 minutes ago. So they're saying that they can give the player a penalty, they could disqualify the player, they can boot the spectator out of the room, a number of things they can do if the tournament staff feels like it. And I agree with all this stuff, by the way. Also, according to Kev Math, here's some other new rules. Players are not allowed to place their electronic devices on the table or on the table rail. I don't love that one, but I kind of understand it. And I don't love it because as a player, and sometimes these no-limit hold'em hands are very, very slow, as I'm sure you guys know, when there's a lot of tanking and decision-making and all that shit. And I like to just sit there and have the phone on the rail and I look at it and, I'm reading the forum or I'm watching a video, whatever it might be. Like, there's just no value in sitting there watching the table as someone's tanking for 3 minutes on what to do. So the fact that I actually have to take care that it's actually not on the rail and it's in my lap or something, I mean, it's what a pain in the ass to have to worry about that. I guess that's the new rule, though. But I guess the reason they're doing this is so people can't have the solver more accessible on the rail to themselves. But I don't think it's a good rule, because if anyone's going to use a solver, they're not going to put it like right there on the table or on the table rail where the person sitting next to them can see easily. They are going to hide it in their lap. So I don't think that's a good rule. Then the next rule, players cannot use electronic devices once the field is down to 3 tables. That's interesting. That once it's down to, I guess, anywhere between 18 and 27 players, depending on how many are at each table, that you just can't use your phone or any electronic devices, period. You just have to put it away. That's interesting. Also, new rule not related to all that, the duration of play on day 1 can be subject to change depending on number of entries and pace of play. I like that rule. Let me tell you why. I've seen it before where day 1 ends at an inconvenient time, 8 players before the money. So you're sitting there really, really, really short stacked, and you've got to come back at 2 p.m. for the restart the next day and miss the beginning of the tournament that you wanted to play the following day. That maybe starts at 11 a.m. So you have to miss the first 3 hours plus to come back and try to grind your short stack out to see if you can cash. And then you may bust and not even cash. And when that happens, you think, wow, I wish this just finished last night so I could either have cashed or not cashed and move on. Like, I didn't want to come back with this tiny stack, 8 spots from the money. I wanted to either get there or not. So I like that this is flexible. I like that it's not just a hard 10 levels, 11 levels, whatever, that they can actually modify this based upon what makes sense. So I like that. Also, new rule, during hand-for-hand, players getting out of their seats must leave the tournament area and not observe other tables. So what they're basically trying to do here is prevent those from roaming around the room to see what's going on with how many tables are losing players when it's in hand-for-hand mode, which is usually when it's very, very close to the money. Sometimes on the bubble, sometimes 2 off the money, 3 off the money, depending how big the field is. So they're just doing this to kind of keep order in the room. There's not really a strategic advantage to doing this because they'll tell you at the end of each hand how many are left, so you're not gaining information by doing this. Gaining a little bit of information, and I think that also might be what they're trying to prevent, is they are saying that they probably don't want people observing the other stacks in the room if you're a short stack, so you can see if it's worth just playing very conservatively and waiting for the others to bust ahead of you, or if you have to be more aggressive to double up. But the rule's kind of weird because it's saying that people have to leave the tournament area. They don't mean leave for good and just quit. They're saying that you have to leave the tournament area if you get out of your seat. So, okay, let's say you want to observe the stacks of people. Couldn't you just walk by the tables you want to observe, then walk out of the tournament area, then walk right back in? Wouldn't that be staying within the rule? So that's kind of a weird one. I know they can't say you just can't leave, because then if you have to go to the bathroom or something, they can't just hold you there and tell you to piss your pants. So I know that's why they're saying you have to leave the tournament area. They do announce a lot of times, and they notice a lot of people milling around the room trying to look at the other stacks and trying to look at who's going to bust, that you have to sit in your seats or you get a penalty. I don't like that rule. I think they should just do it as needed. Or if they just notice that the jumping out of the seats and observing other tables on the bubble is getting out of control, then they can announce, if you do this, you get a penalty. That's worked fine so far. So why put this official rule in there? Now, someone brought up an interesting point. Someone's name is Zestine said, 2 years ago, Boris Kolev final tabled a live bracelet event and an online bracelet event, because you actually were allowed to play WSOP.com while at the table of a WSOP live bracelet event, and the table actually would have to wait for you to complete your hand. You're actually allowed to complete your hand at WSOP.com before having to act, and they were doing this to try to get more activity on WSOP.com. So this guy is saying that this Boris Kolev actually made a final table at a live event and online event at the same time, and that with this new rule about having to get off your devices with 3 tables left, that he'd have to just shut off the device and lose on the online event. So it is true they kind of overlooked that one. So I guess you don't want to play the online events while you're sitting at the live event anymore, or they may force you to shut it down, at least not on a day it's going to get to 27 or fewer players. Someone named Scott Friedman wrote, pretty sad and telling they have to immediately change the rules because of a main event champion. Good work, Jonathan Tamayo. Yeah, it's exactly what they did. Blaise Bourgeois said, the rule about not being able to mill around and look at other stacks is fine if the tournament directors provide the players with information about chip stacks from other tables. Players have a right to that information as they would in an online poker lobby. Easy way to circumvent this is to do a lap around the table, step out of the area, and come back. Yeah, see, Blaise thought exactly what I thought. And yeah, I don't see why that information has to be hidden. As he said, online you can see it all. And also those who happen to have tables near the ones with short stacks will have an advantage that way. So I don't see the problem with people being able to see this, as long as they're not creating just a massive stampede of people going all around the room and creating a distraction. But that's when they can make an announcement, everybody stay in your seats. And he's right. Just, like I said, you just can step out of the room and back in the room, and you've stayed within the rules. So that's kind of dumb. That's the dumbest of the new rules. But yeah, I do think that they actually have to put a stop to what was going on with Jonathan Tamayo on the rail. I thought that was a disgrace. And I have nothing against Jonathan Tamayo. In my limited interactions with him, I've gotten along with him, but to be at the WSOP final table of the main event and to have his buddies on the rail running a solver and him running back there to get the info, that was not good. Very, very bad luck. Moving on, Ethan Rampage Yao is back in controversy, but once again, he's the victim. He's not the one causing the controversy. He just seems to walk right into scams. Trey Ruski, hello. Welcome to the show.
Thank you, Druff. What's happening?
We're going to talk about Rampage. It's actually a month-old story now, but we didn't talk about it last month. I just forgot, so we're going to cover it as if it's new. Did you hear about this before?
It is new to me.
Oh, good.
So it's like it just happened.
All right, good. See, I hope the whole listener base is like this. I hope they haven't heard of it till right now. So, Ethan Yao, also known as Rampage, is a young guy, pretty popular on social media, and he plays fairly high stakes. And he infamously got scammed last year by a guy named Dustin Obb, who got $450,000 out of him by acting like Rampage was investing with him when Dustin was basically just taking the money and gambling it away or spending it away. Whatever it was, Rampage was left just out $450K when the whole thing was over, and to my knowledge, he never got anything back. And believe it or not, Dustin actually tried to get him to send even more money after exposing him. He was like, well, just send me a little bit more money to get back on my feet with all this, and send me a little bit more, and I'll make it all back for you that I took before. So at least Rampage didn't fall for that one. At least he just showed the screenshot of that, and everybody kind of laughed. Anyway, Rampage has fallen victim again, but not to Dustin Obb this time, but to a different person under different circumstances, but also stupid. So this is what Rampage posted on November 11th. Scammer of 2024. And I guess he's going to have one each year. I'm sure we'll have one of 2025 as well. Nima Kazai, that's Khazaie, of Sherman Oaks, California. Throughout the year, I attempted to experiment with sports betting again. Now, that's already bad right there. When you're experimenting with sports betting, that's usually meaning you're going to lose your money in some way. Shameful to admit, I've silently lost over $600K making poor decisions. The bookie I bet through the most and collected at least $300K from me, Nima Kazai, an agent for a book. Through the first 6 to 8 months of this, quote, relationship, they mean, of course, a business relationship, not a gay relationship, but maybe that too. I shouldn't rule that out. He provided great customer service as I lost piles and sent him infinite PayPal and Zelle. Then things changed when I requested withdrawal from my account on October 7th. This is 2024. Their policy was to always post and no credit. Had about $37K as a balance and was met with some excuses and ghosting for the first time, which caused some hesitation. A few days passed, then a week, and so forth with zero response. Degenerately, I go back and gamble, go on a mini upswing, winning just a measly $30K in about a week and a half's time. Now the book limits my account, and I'm furious. Not only are they not paying my account balance, but they're claiming sharp action after I'm down $600K and go on a $30K upswing. So, to recap what he's saying here, he starts betting through this guy, Nima Kazai, and just instantly loses a ton. And loses, and in about 8 months chunks off $600K. And then he tried to get a withdrawal because basically they weren't letting him bet on credit. Anything he was betting, he had to post with them, which means he had to send them the money first, and he just kept sending because he was losing. But I guess he got a little money back, was up to $37K on there, and tried to get them to withdraw some of the money. He had $37K on there, and they were not responding when he's saying, hey, can I have some of that money? So then he's like, screw it, I'll just keep betting. So he keeps betting and wins $30K. And then they stop him and say, whoa, hold on, we think you're a sharp, meaning a sharp bettor, and we're lowering your limits much further down. So he's saying, I already lost $600K, I go on a $30K upswing, and then they say I'm a sharp and limit my account, so I'll never get back even. To make matters worse, I also made the Trump presidency bet with this scammer. I sent $50K at minus 220 odds right after he was shot. So I'm sitting here over a month since I've requested my original withdrawal. My amount owed went from $37K to a whopping $139K owed, about $80K of which is my deposit. So he's saying that it's not like he won $139K. It's like he put in $80K to win $59K, and they're not giving any of it. It's truly an incredible business he runs, forces players to post money, win money when bets lose, and also just takes the funds from an original deposit as well. Just kissed it all goodbye. Note, if you're looking for a trusted insurance and auto broker, though, hit him up for the best deals, for sure not going to scam. Beware of this and learn from my mistakes. At this point, I'm just scamming myself. So he's kind of mocking himself for falling for a terrible scam again. And he was showing some texts from Nima Kazai, including where Nima has his phone number up there. And it says to call him for great insurance deals. And then he posts pictures of him. And then the texts are on Monday, October 7th. Rampage saying, actually, can you just withdraw my account and take the amount I owe you from that balance? Going to take a break. Nima says, sure. do you mind if I take it out next week? I'm leaving town tomorrow midday to Sunday. If you need it sooner, I can see what I can work out, but I'd have to get you cash and give you cash. And so Rampage said back, I'd love a wire, PayPal, or crypto if possible. And Nima says, I'll make it work for you, boss. Do you want to bet this week or leave the negative balance for week as is? He said, let's just add the total. Hey, I've given you a lot of time now. This is now with 11 days passing. Can you send the funds back on my account? By the way, the going out of town, shady bookies love to do that, where you want to withdraw when you finally win with them. They always are, quote, going out of town whenever you're asking to be paid. That's a common trick. So then Rampage listed what he was owed. His account balance, $50,959. Winnings you took on the side, $17,802. Trump bet, $50K posted. Trump winnings, $22,727. Overall total, $140,149. I want my $50K deposit up front and $10K a week at bare minimum starting this week. You have my payment info or can send crypto. You have until the end of Sunday to deliver my $50K or I begin litigation. And then Nima responds back, the numbers look correct. Just don't forget to double the small losses you had before the wins those weeks where we rolled it into the total. 134,779. That's my total. Please confirm when you can. So at this point, they're splitting hairs because Nima's not sending anything anyway. I think he's just trying to stall. Nothing came, and so Rampage called him out on November 11th. That's pretty amazing to me. That I guess at first you can say if he trusted the guy, if he's just losing, he would have no reason to believe he wasn't getting paid. But the second the guy doesn't send you the $37K in your account when you're trying to take a break, and then you're like, screw it, he's not sending it to me, I'll just keep playing. Like, at that point, you know you're getting screwed. At that point, you stop it right there. You just stop betting with the guy at all because he's free-rolling you. Because if you keep gambling him when he's not paying you, if you have $37K in your account, and he's not paying you when you're asking, then if you keep betting with him and win more, he's still not going to pay you. And if you keep betting and lose, then he'll say, I was going to pay you all along, you just lost it. So he's free-rolling you. So you never keep the action at that point. Because then you lose the ability to call him out if you lose it all back. So it's unbelievable he keeps falling for this. You'd think after the whole Dustin Obb thing that he'd ask around if this Nima guy is legit when he's betting this much with him. On December 2nd, he gave an update. He said, update with my bookie, Nima Kazai. He received a $30K check 2 weeks ago that was meant for me. He sent me $25K of the remaining $5K from that check has been taken by the bank to pay the outstanding balance. To give him credit, it seems he's trying his best to pay off the debt, but I'm still owed almost $114,000. We'll post more updates for transparency. So basically what he's saying is that this guy is an agent, this Nima, for the bookie. So I guess Nima is not the one actually booking the bets. So maybe Nima is also getting screwed by the bookie and is trying to stall. So basically Nima's claiming that the bookie sent him $30K and then he sent 25 of that $1,000 to Rampage. So at least Rampage got something. And then he claimed the other $5,000 was taken by the bank because his balance was negative with the bank, which is stupid because if it was a check, why would he deposit it in a bank that he has a negative $5K balance? So to me, this negative $5K balance is either bullshit or he just decided, hey, might as well zero my balance with this bank on Rampage's dime. Like, there's no reason you can't just go to a different bank and cash the $30K there. So I think he probably just used it to bring his own balance up to zero. Now, keep in mind, Rampage didn't get directly scammed out of $600K. He lost $600K gambling against this bookie that Nima was the agent for. But his point is that this seemed to be a free roll, that they never really had the money to pay him and were just hoping he'd keep losing. And they'd never have to pay him anything, and they were so broke that despite him losing $600K to them, they still didn't have $37 to give him. Who knows where they were shooting that off. The text messages show Rampage saying, I'm going to need that $5K, man. Can't take you 2 weeks to give me a check that you cashed in for. Nima said, yeah, sorry, I'm going to try to have a friend send it from their account. I deposited mine, but my auto pays made my account negative. So it took most of my check to bring the account back out of the red. You'll have it by Sunday, I give you my word. Then it comes to Sunday. Rampage says, Sunday's almost over. What's going on? Nima says, everyone that promised they'd send me money, people you know never sent. They said they'd send you directly. They're so behind with me that I don't know if they actually will. Either way, my work will check for November comes tomorrow, so I've used that to forward to you. I'm not sure what it'll be, but it'll get my commission statement with it, so I'll forward that to you by 5 p.m. tomorrow. I'm really sorry. It's just some of the players that need to send me know you and don't want to pay anymore over the situation. See, it's a victim-blaming thing here. He's basically saying, people owe me money who lost with me, but now they don't want to send me the money because you exposed me. Now that you exposed me as not paying, they're like, well, okay, well, you've been free-rolling me, so I'm not paying you. So he's blaming Rampage for exposing him here. You're not getting paid because the people who lost with me now don't want to pay, which doesn't make any sense because I thought he makes people post first. So he only makes Rampage post the money first and not anybody else? So he says, I'm not getting responses from them. I told them to forward whatever they can from you, and I deduct from their balance. Also, I sent my pay stubs in for a personal loan yesterday, hoping it goes through. That would take care of a chunk of the loan. Also, if you have any doubts of my honesty, I can show you my accounts. There's no shame here. I'm trying to make things right, but I need people to pay. I need everything to be on time as promised. So then Rampage says, so you received a $30K check, 100% of which is supposed to come to me. You send me $25K and use $5K for your own expenses and now slow paying me $5K? And Nima says, my expenses haven't been paid. I can send you screenshots. All my expenses are behind. I'm in the red on almost every personal account I have. I want to know where that $600K went. Now, Bob Mather, who is a private investigator, he posted, love playing with you, but publicly sharing dealings with unlicensed bookies could put you at risk of violating state laws like NRS 465.092 and 093, which is a Nevada Category B felony which prohibit unauthorized transmission of wagers. As an ambassador for poker, casinos with sports books might view such posts negatively, and their pull with law enforcement is impressive. Probably unlikely, just an FYI in my own opinion. So then someone said it's not illegal to bet, just to book. And then Bob Mather said, look it up. I posted the statutes. Each state has their own. I posted Nevada. Now, Bob Mather's right. It's technically illegal to bet with an illegal bookie, but no one's ever charged for that. So it's the last thing that Rampage should worry about. Bob Mather shouldn't even have posted that because Rampage has enough problems. You don't want to make him worried he's getting arrested for exposing scammers. You don't want to discourage people from posting this type of stuff publicly and outing scammers like this. So there's no way Rampage is going to get arrested. Now, the other point that maybe future sponsors are not going to like seeing this and are going to stay away from him, that's a good point, I guess, but he should have just left out the stuff about the violation of the law. There's no way they're going to come arrest Rampage for getting scammed by a shady bookie. Anyway, I don't think there's another update since then. I think that this is it, and it's been another week or so.
But he can't litigate, Druff, right? What is he talking about?
Yeah, he can't litigate. Yeah, you can't do that. See, that's the problem is if you're betting with an illegal bookie, then you can't sue them. You can't recover gambling debts for illegal gambling. It's kind of the same thing like if somebody, you're buying drugs from them and you don't like the quality of the drugs you get, or they don't give you all the drugs they were promising to sell you, you can't sue them for it. You can report them to the police, but you can't sue them for this. So, I don't know about the litigation. That's probably not going to happen.
He lives in Vegas. Why is he betting with a bookie in California? Do we know that?
I don't even know. It could be that he's not living in Vegas and that just Bob Mather's posting the Nevada statutes. I'm not sure where Rampage is. But yeah, he just seems to be a mark for everybody. I mean, he's young, but you think he'd learn after the Dustin Obb thing not to just trust these people for lots of money. At minimum, if you're going to use these bookies, get someone who has a very good reputation that would never do this. I'm sure there's a lot of bookies with a good reputation who'd love to take Rampage's action. I wonder where he gets all this money. I know he's a popular streamer, but he only has 61,000 followers. I mean, that's a good following, but I don't think he's printing money with the streaming. I never understood where all this money comes from. I wonder that about a lot of people in poker. So, yep, he fell for another stupid scam, and I guess it's a little bit of a good sign that this Nima guy has paid back $25K, though he took $5K of Rampage just to pay down his own debts. And who knows? It's possible that Nima is the bookie and there is no agent situation. He might just be the bookie himself. It could be that Nima stole a lot of the money that was originally sent to him. There's a lot of things that could have been going on here. Rampage never says who the bookie actually is. I do wonder why that's not being named. Maybe he doesn't even know. But whatever it is, yeah, he probably got free-rolled big time on there. There was once a controversy involving Chris Moneymaker, in fact. I forget the person on the other side of it, but it was Chris Moneymaker versus someone else, and they were both kind of free-rolling each other, it kind of looked like, where they were both broke and both taking action from each other. And then Chris Moneymaker ended up owing the guy, but then realized he was being free-rolled and didn't want to pay. And I was on his side on that one. And I said, basically, if you know for a complete 100% certain fact that you are being free-rolled in a sports bet against another individual, and when I say no, I mean you really know, not just you suspect or you're guessing or you heard a rumor, but if you 100% know that the person who held themselves out to have the money did not have it at the time you made a sports bet with them, and then you end up losing the sports bet, it is ethical not to pay them because they were not going to pay you. Unless they had some way for the money to come very soon. But short of that, if it's clear they're broke and really had no immediate way out of being broke, if you were being free-rolled and get proof of it, then you don't have to pay them. And I tried to make this point on 2+2, and some people didn't agree with me. They said, nope, you've got to honor your bets no matter what. Doesn't matter. Once you've made the bet, then if you lose, you've got to pay. You can't just say they wouldn't have paid me. I said, well, you can if you know they didn't have the money. If you're guessing they don't have the money, then you have to pay. Also, it would be fine if you highly suspect they don't have the money and wouldn't have paid you. You can say, okay, show me that you had the money to pay me on that date, and I will pay you. And if they refuse, then you can also refuse to pay. So I do think if you realize that you were being free-rolled, that you shouldn't owe it. But that's not really the case here because Rampage has already paid the money to them. But there is a good question of how much should they owe back to him, even if he lost this money betting and they just didn't have an occasion to pay him until now. If they never would have paid him all along, they really do all the money back, morally. Like, think if I was taking bets from Elon Musk, and I said to Elon Musk, I know you're going to be betting a whole lot because you're super rich, and you're going to have to bet something very big in order to be excited by placing the bets at all. So, don't worry, Elon. I am a multi-billionaire, so I can take your action. And Elon then bets with me $100 million a game. And of course, if he wins the first one, I can't pay him. But let's say he starts off losing, and Elon Musk gets $4 billion down to me. And then he realizes it. He hasn't paid me yet. And then he realizes, wait a minute. I'm $4 billion down, but I don't think Todd had $100 million in the first place to pay my very first bet. And then he says, show me you had $100 million to pay my very first bet. Show me at any point you could have paid me what I was betting. And then I can't show it because, of course, I don't have $100 million. Well, he would be justified then to just refuse to pay that whole $4 billion because I took these bets under the false pretenses that I could pay him. So same thing here, but good luck ever getting that out of them. And of course, I'm just speaking morally here. Legally, there would be a big problem ever getting this money. One thing you could do if you are betting with an illegal bookmaker is find out who their other customers are that aren't necessarily friends of theirs and see if they get paid, if they get cashed out at the same limits that you're betting. So if you're betting $10K per game and your associate there that also bets with them is betting $500 per game, that person getting cashed out every so often doesn't mean much. But if you find another person betting $10K per game who's getting cashed out when they want it, then it's a lot safer. Anyway, Rampage just needs to stop doing this type of stuff. He just needs to stay away from anything where he's sending a lot of money to some other gambler, because he always gets ripped off. Next, I'm going to tell you a story of me attempting to help a scam victim and me being very sorry that I did. So, Trader Risky, I'm going to want your opinion on this. Are you going to be able to be around for maybe the next half hour or so before you have to go to the men's group or whatever?
Yes.
Okay, good. I want your opinion, because this is not totally straightforward. I put a poll up on the forum, and I had some mixed opinions on this, though more on my side of, like, I have a right to be angry here than against me, which is good on the forum because they love to be contrarian. But anyway, I will tell you the story. So I got referred to someone I didn't know. It was a woman in her early 40s. She plays poker occasionally. She's been a poker dealer, but she's not known in the community. I didn't know her. I didn't even know she existed until about 6 weeks ago. A mutual acquaintance on Twitter brought the matter to my attention and said that I could help and asked if I wanted to get involved. I'm going to call her Donna, but that's not her real name. I'm still being nice enough not to expose who she is, but we'll call her Donna for this story. So Donna was the victim of a very nasty scam. So she was a single mother, never had much money, was always struggling to make ends meet, and then her mom passed away. This was in 2022. Her mom passed away and left her a 5-figure inheritance, probably like $90K or something. So that was a lot of money to her. She finally had $90K to her name. But of course, that's not going to last all that long when you're constantly struggling for money. So she was, of course, hoping she could make it stretch as long as possible. But something that would really be an answer to her problems would be if this $90K could be turned into about a lot more. But how could she do that? Well, a longtime degenerate gambler heard about this inheritance somehow. I don't know how he knew Donna, but somehow he heard about this. And he convinced her to invest $30,000 into a ridiculous business idea of his having to do with an internet service that was never going to make any money. We'll call him Jason here. That's not his real name either. And the one interesting thing about Jason is that he is the only child of a fairly famous 1970s singer, who I'm not going to out right now, so don't ask me who it is. I'll tell you, Trader Risky, after this segment, whose son it is. But it is a 1970s singer you've probably heard of. And when I say probably heard of, it's someone who's semi-famous at the time, not a household name, but someone who you probably heard of, especially if you're older. Jason is older than I am. So when I say he's the child of a famous 1970s singer, it's not a young guy. It's someone older than me, Jason. That's not his real name. But he got Donna to invest $30K in his stupid business idea. Now, she understandably showed hesitation. So she says, look, your idea sounds great, but I can't invest this money. I've already spent a lot of my inheritance, and if I spend this $30K that you want, I'm going to have almost nothing left, and I'll be broke again. So, sorry, I just can't risk that. She actually was saying, look, how about I just invest $10K? So she's actually willing to give the guy $10K, and he really deserves zero. This idea was so stupid. But he engaged in these high-pressure manipulative tactics to get her to believe that she was missing out on a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He's saying things like, come on, stop hesitating, stop being scared. This is your one opportunity to make it big. This is your one opportunity to have financial freedom. This is a slam dunk. You don't understand. Get out of your own way, he wrote. He was really, really, really trying to make her think that if she didn't give this $30K to him to invest in this business, that she was missing out on her one opportunity to be financially independent. So finally, she was talked into it. Finally, after all the high-pressure sales tactics and various lies and misleading statements, she believed that this was an opportunity she couldn't pass up. But she was at least smart enough to demand that he send her a contract. And what finally got her to invest the $30K was Jason saying that it's essentially a free roll. So he said, okay, this business I'm starting is going to get to hire you. We're going to hire you, and you're going to earn $30K working for us. So if you earn the $30K working for us, then at that point, I won't owe you anything no matter what happens. But if we never hire you, or if you never make $30K working for us, then I'll pay you the difference. So if I don't ever hire you, then you'll just get $30K back. And you'll still maintain the amount you bought in the business. I'll just personally give you your $30K back. And if you do work for us for like a little bit, then I'll give you whatever you didn't make short of $30K. So basically, within a year, which was going to end on December 1st, 2023, not 24, but 23, she would have her $30K back in some way, either having made it working for this company or just getting it back from him personally. So she was buying 0.5% of the company for $30K and guaranteed by him that he will send her $30K of his personal money if she doesn't make that $30K back either through her ownership of the company or from working for it. Yeah, it doesn't sound like a scam at all. So she did it. She figured, well, I guess I can't lose. I'll get the $30K back somehow, and I'll still have the ownership in the company, and I can make big money. Now, in case you're trying to do the math at home, $30K being worth 0.5% equity in the business would make the business worth $7.5 million, which, of course, this wasn't. This was a dumb idea. It was worth about zero. Or, sorry, let me. I skipped one thing here. It would actually be $6 million, but it's actually $7.5 million because he also claimed that he was contributing $7,500 of his own money because half a percentage of the company is actually $37.5K, but he's contributing $7,500 of his own money, and she gets the whole 0.5%. That makes it even dumber. He's like, oh, I'm giving you a gift, though, because 0.5% of my company is really $37.5K, and I'm contributing $7,500 on your behalf that you don't have to pay me back ever. Isn't that nice of him? So anyway, obviously the business didn't make any money. Obviously, this is a failure. It still exists, but it's not making any money, or at least not anything that's of any notable size. And had the story just ended there, I wouldn't have gotten involved. Because as scammy as the whole thing was, and as sympathetic as the victim is here, a single mom with, like, teenage kid, I forget if it's a son or daughter, but she's got a teenager, at least one teenager, and she's in her early 40s, been perpetually broke, inherits money from her dead mom, and then a third of that gets taken by this guy who's claiming that it's a risk-free investment and that he'll pay her back for sure by December 1st, 2023. So yeah, it's obnoxious, but still it's just a bad investment with a high-pressure sales scheme and some false promises. Like, had it just ended there, I would have just let it go. But it was the fact that the guy was promising that no matter what, she gets the money back. And the fact that this was the only child of a fairly famous 1970s singer. And the fact that Jason had a number of influential friends and associates in the gambling world who were associated with his various projects, including this little business of his. So these people weren't guilty of any kind of scam. They had no idea that he was doing this, but they were still associated with him. So these factors made me want to get involved. Whereas if it was her investing stupidly and then losing the money, I wouldn't have gotten involved. Anyway, as you might guess, she never got the promised job, and she never got the $30K that was promised by December 1st, 2023. In fact, it appears she only got $1,000 out of the $30K, and that $1K was only sent because when she was complaining that he wasn't making the payments as promised, because he was supposed to be making staggered payments, and by December 1st, 2023, the last payment was supposed to come in, so he wasn't making any of the payment dates. So when she was complaining about this and saying, hey, look, I may have to go public about this, and he said, okay, how about I send you $1,000 if you're agreeing to sign an NDA that you cannot talk about this situation with anybody. So basically, he was buying her silence about having scammed her for $1,000. So she said, okay. He sent her $1,000, and then she never sent the NDA signed to him. So I guess she kind of re-scammed him back for $1,000 back. Of course, it's not really re-scammed because he owed it to her, but she got $1,000 out of him by promising to sign an NDA about the whole thing and then never signing it. So she was still short $29K here. Out of desperation, when totally flat broke this year, she actually sent Jason a message saying, look, I don't think you're ever going to pay me, so if you send me $3K, you can buy out of the whole thing. I won't ask for anything more. So she already had $1K. She asked for $3 more K. And the other $26K would have just been gone. She would have just forgiven it. She was that sure she wasn't going to get a penny out of him. And she was probably right. So she said, hey, I'll just take $3K at this point. Send me something. He refused. He claimed that he was refusing for her own good. He claimed, look, we're still working on the business. It's going to get better. You'll see. You'll get your money. I'm not going to let you buy out for $3K at this point. That's not fair to you. I don't want to do it. The truth was he probably didn't have the money to send it all. Probably didn't even have $3K. So the reasons I got involved, number one, the victim was very sympathetic, a single mom who apparently had her small inheritance stolen and is now broke. Number two, Jason is the son of someone famous. He's well-connected and was very shifty and predatory in the entire matter. And number three, I was sent a lot of very convincing evidence, including a lot of screenshots, that Donna was telling the truth. Also keep in mind that Donna was not a sophisticated person, as you probably might guess from what she fell for here. She was not sophisticated. She was not someone who could have manufactured screenshots or anything like that. She was totally not that person, so I knew what I was reading was authentic. It looked 100% to me that she had been scammed by Jason here, just outright scammed. He probably just took the money and gambled it away. Because remember, Jason is a known degenerate gambler. So basically, he got her to give him $30K for 0.5% in this, quote, business of his that was going to be worth so much one day, and I'm sure he just took it and gambled away. Like, I'm not 100% sure, but that would be my guess. But he definitely didn't have the money to send her, or if he did, he didn't want to send it to her. He wanted to use it for his gambling or whatever else. So, she was just ripped off here. Just ripped off, outright promised. I saw the contract, outright promised $30K back minimum by December 1st, 2023, never came. She was still sitting to this day with $1,000 out of the $30K. So I decided for sure she was the victim here. So I felt the best way of rectifying this was to contact Jason's successful and respected associates in the gambling world. Because remember, he had these associates. They might be able to pressure him to pay back or even front him the money to make this whole thing go away. Because they had association with him. I won't get into why and what they were doing, but they had association with him to where $30K isn't that much to these people. It's not chump change. These guys aren't like super duper rich, but they have enough money to where if they want to keep dealing with Jason and they like what he brings to the table, maybe they'll just front the $30K and hope to get it back from him one day. And if they don't, okay, no big deal. But whatever it is, like I felt there was a lot of value in putting some pressure on these people politely to see what they could do. In the background, she also was telling Jason and his associates that she was about to blow the matter up publicly, and that the way she was going to do it, among other things, was to come on this show. So I made contact with Jason's associates, and they seemed annoyed to be dealing with this. They'd heard about it before from her. They were tired of dealing with her. They were tired of the whole thing. They said, like, this isn't our problem. We didn't do this. And Jason was assuring them behind the scenes that she was just crazy, and they kind of believed him. I told these people that I had seen the evidence, that I didn't know Donna, that she wasn't a friend of mine, that I've never met her, I've never even spoken to her on the phone, but that I have seen the evidence and it looks very, very convincing. And that if Jason wants to show counter evidence, I'm happy to see it, but I really think that he scammed her. So even if they don't like her or they think she's kind of crazy, it does look to me that she was legitimately scammed, and therefore the money really should come back to her because she can't afford to have lost this, and she's flat broke, and she's got a kid to support. So these people were kind of trying to push it away, say, well, look, we're trying to help, but this isn't really our responsibility, and they're trying to pass the buck, and they're trying to tell me to wait, and I could tell they really, really, really didn't want me breathing down their necks. But I continued to breathe down their necks. And I was polite about it, but I could tell they were getting annoyed with me. And these are people who are influential in the gambling world. Not in poker, but in other forms of gambling. These are people that I didn't really know personally, but I knew of. And this was kind of burning bridges with them preemptively. Like before they could ever get to know me, this is all they get to see of me, that I'm aggressively pushing them to get involved in a matter that they really don't want to get involved in. And I'd say, look, I know this is not your fault. I know you didn't do this. I know you didn't scam anyone. I know this is not your responsibility. But the truth is, Jason did a pretty bad thing here, and you're directly associated with him and his business. And, it would be the right thing to get him to do the right thing. And, I'm about to help Donna blow this whole thing up. And if I do that, then people will see he's associated with you, and it's going to look bad. So I was trying to convince them that it's in their own best interest that they just get this whole thing resolved, and it's only fair. They don't have to, but I'm just saying that they're associated with someone that I'm about to help blow up as a scammer. So I just kind of want them to know that. So maybe they can handle this behind the scenes, and this blowing up won't be necessary. So of course these people didn't like hearing this from me. We weren't having direct arguments or fights about this, but I could tell they were irritated to have me doing this. I even was asked, why? Why are you doing this? You don't even know her. Why are you pushing so hard? I go, look, it's just obnoxious. It's just offensive to me that this would be done to a single mom who's got a kid to support and stealing her inheritance from her dead mom. She finally has a little bit of cash to her name, and then this predator just comes over and steals it from her. It's so offensive. So if he were just some random degen, then you're never going to get blood from that stone. But here he's associated with you guys, and you guys are respected, I'm telling them. These respected associates I'm talking to, these aren't other degenerates. These are respected people. And I'm saying, you're respected. So you're associated with this guy publicly. Get him to do the damn right thing. So finally I made an impact on one of them, and he reluctantly put some pressure on Jason. So then Jason contacted Donna for the first time in quite some time because he'd been completely ghosting her. And he said, oh, what? You wanted to talk to me? I didn't know that. Oh, wow. So you could have just reached out. I've been available this whole time, which is so stupid because he wasn't. He was ghosting her. But he felt the pressure from one of the people I contacted who kind of got on his case and said, look, from what I'm hearing, it's pretty convincing you scammed this woman, so just make the damn thing right already. It's going to come back on us soon. So he, quote, made it right by contacting Donna and saying, look, sorry, I didn't know you were trying to reach me, which is bullshit. Let's talk. I'm going to call you up on Sunday. So she was so happy about this. She was so happy we're finally seeing some motion on this, the first time he's willing to talk to her. So I said to her, well, look, I have a feeling he's going to call and just lie to you like he has the whole way. So why don't you put me on the call? You can three-way me on, or we can call him, something. You don't have to have me on the call, obviously, but I can tell you it'd be very helpful if I'm there too. And I'll be polite to him. I'm not going to say he's a scammer or anything, but I'm going to just be polite and businesslike and just tell him that this just needs to be paid back, and this way if he tries to tell you some bullshit or make false promises or try to find ways to stall, then I can just politely say, no, this isn't right, this doesn't make sense, no, don't do that. So basically I'd be a watchdog over the call and make sure it's being handled fairly. And she said, yeah, that sounds like a good idea. That Sunday, which was in mid to late November, whatever the date was, she was supposed to be getting that call from Jason, and then was supposed to be three-waying me on or calling with me on three-way, whatever it was. But nothing. No message at all on Sunday. In fact, she wasn't messaging me at all, and she was not responding to my messages. Now, this was a 180-degree turn from what had been happening before, when Donna was messaging me nearly every day, asking for updates or giving me updates, and wanted to discuss everything at length. So this wasn't someone who just didn't like DMing much, or someone who just kept everything brief. This was someone who just really wanted to always know what was going on, who always kept in contact here. We didn't talk about anything besides this, but she was keeping in daily contact pretty much about this whole thing. She didn't just vanish on me, except the day that Jason was supposed to call her. So at first I thought maybe she just felt uncomfortable with having me on the call and just didn't want to deal with that. So okay. But then when I messaged her after that and said, hey, what happened? She still didn't respond. Then I saw a tweet from Donna saying that she was really excited for the first time in over a year. By the way, she still hasn't responded to me, but now she's tweeting. She's really excited for the first time in over a year, and she's praying everything works out. Then Jason responded to her tweet and said something like, I hope it works out great for both of us. Well, you know what that means. That means that he talked to her and convinced her that everything with the business is looking great, looking up, and that she's going to be paid very soon. Just be patient. And that she's now very optimistic. So obviously Jason told her to cut me out of the entire matter. Said, hey, this Todd guy who's calling people and telling them to put pressure on me, he's going to mess all this up. You can't keep talking to him or he's going to screw up the whole business. He's going to ruin my reputation. He's going to ruin the business. We're not going to make all the big money we were supposed to make. We're so close right now. We're so close. You've just got to cut him out of the process. Just don't talk to him anymore. I don't know for sure that Jason told her this, but it was either that or she just decided this on her own. That she had to cut me out or otherwise it was going to interfere with the big money she could make with him. Anyway, I messaged her and asked, what's going on? It seems like you're ghosting me. It seems like you're ignoring me, which is kind of rude given all the effort I have put into this and the fact that I've even burned bridges over this. And this is all for nothing. Like, I was not asking for any compensation. I even said if she gets paid the $30K, I don't want a penny of it. She should keep the whole thing for herself. I didn't want anything out of her. Nothing. All I wanted was to see her get that money back. And I put time and effort into this. And I even pissed some people off, pressuring them to get involved. And then the guy makes one phone call making empty promises and then she ghosts me? That's not very nice. It's her right to do, but it's not very nice. And she wouldn't tell me the truth. So she told me that she's just been busy with her kid and with other things in her life. She says, well, I'm a mom. What can I do? I'm very busy. Moms are always busy. I'm like, well, you weren't too busy to message me every day before this, giving me the updates and asking me for updates. How come suddenly now, right when Jason calls you, now you're too busy to talk to me? And she said, oh, no, I've just been busy. I promise I'm not ghosting you, but thank you very much. I appreciate all your help. It was very nice of you. I said, okay, well, what's the status, though, right now? And she said, well, Jason promised that by December 1st, 2024, which is now just, days away at the time I was talking to her, he's going to send an installment of the $30K. I don't know how much, but he's going to make his first payment on December 1st. She also denied that he demanded that she stop talking to me, that she insisted that was never said. Just she's been busy. She hasn't been intentionally ghosting me. So I could have said, yeah, you're full of shit, but I pretended to believe it and said, okay, fine, let me know how it goes. Let me know if you get the money. So December 1st came and went, and, of course, nothing. I messaged her and asked what is going on. Did you ever get the money? Again, crickets, nothing. So I told her it's obvious she's being tricked by Jason again. It's pretty clear she was either asked to cut me out of assisting or she decided on her own that she needs to cut me out or otherwise I'm not going to buy it and I might interfere with it. And she got very mad at me. She got very mad and told me that I'm accusing her of lying, that she's just been busy. And I said, okay, I've got a question then. If you are so busy to where you can't send me a one-sentence update of what's going on in days, and now it's been like 10 days, how come you've been tweeting a lot of political stuff? You've been tweeting a lot of stuff about pop culture. Just a lot of frivolous tweets that one who is so busy that they can't find time to send a message to someone trying to help them, that she wouldn't be able to send all these tweets about politics and pop culture and all this other nonsense. You're either too busy for Twitter or you're not too busy for Twitter. There's no such thing as being on there to send tons of frivolous tweets, but you can't respond to the guy you've been talking to for the past month when he's trying to help the situation where you got scammed to get your money back, and then all of a sudden you're too busy to give him a one-sentence answer. So then I said that, and she says, oh, what? So now I can't tweet? You're controlling if I can tweet or not? And then she blocked me. Isn't that nice? That's crazy. My time was tremendously wasted there. My effort was wasted. The fact that I burnt bridges with influential people in the gambling world was all for naught. All it took was one phone call from Jason to say something like, hey, the business is about to blow up, be patient, and stop talking to this Todd guy. And then she just drops me out of it. And again, she has a right to drop me out of it at any time because it's her business. But at least tell me the damn truth. At least say, look, I'm dealing with Jason directly. He doesn't want you involved. It's going to mess things up. I really appreciate everything you've done so far, but I've got to take it from here. But thank you very much. I appreciate it so much. I still would have been annoyed because I wouldn't have helped if I knew that's the way it was going to end. Like, I only helped because it looked like she was about to throw up her hands and blow this up on Twitter anyway. Because she was already making some tweets like implying what she was about to do prior to my getting involved. So if I knew it just took one phone call for the dude to make empty promises and she'd cut me out of it, then why would I even waste my time helping in the first place? You can only help those who want to help themselves. And if I knew she didn't really want to help herself and was going to fall for this all over again if he made one phone call to her, I would not have gotten involved. So that also is annoying, that I would be brought into this and drop so quickly because the scammer lies to her again. And any of you who ever want to ask me for help on anything, make sure you're committed to really seeing the thing through. Because she obviously wasn't. But even if she was going to trust the guy again, even though he doesn't deserve it, even though he's obviously lying, at least have the decency to tell me that you're cutting me out of it. At least have the decency to tell me the truth, that you just can't leave me as part of it anymore because he won't talk to her unless I'm out of it. At least tell me that and thank me and say goodbye. Do not ghost me and then act all indignant when I don't believe that you're too busy, when you're tweeting up a storm every day, but you can't send me a message. And this isn't me acting entitled or anything. Again, she has the right to cut me out of it at any time, but I had the right to never get involved. So when you get someone else involved, when you take someone else's help and they spend all this time and energy on it, then you don't just ghost them like this with no updates and then get mad when they don't believe your lies. And it's all because the scammer told you to cut the guy out and you cut him out. It's shitty. There's no excuse for this. And by the way, I never had any kind of sexual or romantic interest in her, nor did she have that in me. This was not part of it at all. She may have as well as been another dude. That's the way we talked there. It was just, completely a platonic conversation in all ways. So it's nothing like that. I've never met her. I've never spoken to her on the phone. I never tried to suggest to meet her or speak on the phone or anything like that, aside from being on three-way with Jason that time. That didn't happen. I don't even have her phone number. All our communication was in Twitter direct messages. So none of that was any factor here. I'm just annoyed to waste my time with all this. And that I'm lied to at the end and then blocked. I mean, imagine blocking me? I hate when people tell lies and they get mad that you don't believe the lies. When they think the lie is so good that you should believe it, and then when you don't, they get mad because it's like you don't trust them. But you're like, wait a minute, but you are lying. So if you're lying, you can't be mad at someone for realizing you're a liar. But that's what she was. She was really mad that I realized that she was lying about being, quote, too busy to give me the updates. And then when I gave her the evidence that she wasn't busy because of all these tweets about politics and pop culture, then she's like, what? Well, I can't tweet now? Wait, you're controlling my tweets? So stupid. So this type of thing just kind of makes me not want to help these individuals when they get into these problems with other individuals, even if I can tell they've been scammed. Because if this were a company, it wouldn't have happened this way. It was the fact that it was an individual calling her and probably saying, hey, cut this Todd guy out of this, or otherwise we're not going to get anywhere. The business is about to blow up, but if he's going to be part of this, then everything's going to fall apart. It's probably what he said. So in the poll I took about this in the forum, 61% said I had a right to be angry here, and that Donna was very rude in the way she handled it. About 17% said I'm taking it too personally and shouldn't be offended. But 17% said I'm a dick to even be complaining about this at all. And then 5% voted don't know, don't care. Trey Daruski, what's your opinion here?
So, Druff, I think that you're spending way too much time on these things. If you have this much time on your hands, I've got a few projects you can work on. So... And I've got to start my meeting. But anyway, I'm going to look more into it. But I don't know why you're shocked. You're dealing with flaky people.
But can you understand why I'm angry about this?
Oh, of course. But I don't know why you're surprised.
I guess I'm surprised because I was helping this person and they seemed very grateful. They were saying, you're so nice to do this. Like, I didn't expect this type of end of just cutting me out and then blocking me when I don't believe the lie as to why I'm being ghosted.
I hear you. I got to jump on my call, but I'm going to listen to the show later.
Okay. Goodbye, Trader Risky. I got Trader Risky's comment was I wasted my time just because it's a waste of time. I kind of thought that too, like maybe I could spend the time doing things other than this. And I usually would. It was just, this one kind of just jumped out at me as just really offensive. And I also thought that it was just an interesting story because of who the perpetrator was, being the only child of a fairly famous 1970s singer. And we were going to call this out on radio. I think it would have been interesting for you guys. And I'm not saying I was doing it to make a good radio bit. I'm just saying that it was an interesting angle to me that it was the child of someone that I had listened to their music, the only child, and that I was trying to help someone who was a scam victim of that person. That was an interesting angle to me. All these factors together are what made me get involved, especially because she was just very sympathetic until the end. Then she wasn't sympathetic at all. So obviously, no matter what she says at this point, I'm out of it. I don't think she'd ask me to come back in anyway, but I'm totally done. I wish I didn't get involved at all. You can text me, 775-372-8355, what you think of this story, if you think I have a right to be angry. Like, you could say, well, she has a right to cut you out at any time for any reason, so this is not your business to decide when she decides to cut you out, even if she wasn't totally truthful about why. Maybe she was just kind of embarrassed to say, so you can't be mad. That's one way to look at it, but the other way is that I spent my time with no personal gain for myself, no matter what happened, and at least show me the respect to tell me the truth. From the 651, he first texted, "Cats woke me up and you're on the radio?" Yep. And he says, "Don't base how you feel on someone else's actions like variance, player game, aka BU." I think he's talking about whether I'd want to help people in the future. I'm just saying, like, it was already questionable whether I should waste my time on, like, two people's personal disputes, and I did, and then I was so sorry I did. Person from the 702 is texting me and guessing who it is that the scammer was. And that person's correct. So the person who's taking that guess, you are correct as to who it was, as to who Jason really is. So this person also got scammed, she said, from her longtime friend by giving her a lot of money to play poker tournaments and never paying her back. Yeah, that apparently happened too, but I wasn't going to get involved in that one. Yeah, she also was asking other people to help get the money back, but they really weren't very effective. Like, I was the one who was most effective. I was the one who got to the associates of this person, and one of them pressed Jason pretty hard to smooth this out, and that's when I was cut out of it. From the 516 about the Rampage situation, he said, heard the Rampage segment. Basically, there's the main agent and then sub-agents under them. They'll typically have a 75-25, 50-50, and 25-50 arrangement depending on the amount of risk the sub-agent is willing to take. Just because someone says they're under another agent doesn't make it so. This guy may have paid some of Rampage's losses to get the main agent or may have pocketed it all. Regardless, what he's telling Rampage is total bullshit. Also, it's likely Rampage is the only live one that he had posting huge amounts. Posting in this world is usually for the small-time deadbeats who have a reputation of not paying and are always broke, not with guys with piles of money like Rampage. Also, with regards to his money, most think the club money from the app games is the main huge revenue source for guys like Rampage. Yeah, I've heard about that. I forgot about that. That Rampage apparently runs one of those poker club games, which technically isn't legal, but doesn't tend to get enforced very much, and that it's believed that maybe those games are where he's making a lot of the money. 651 clarified, yeah, correct. Don't stop helping people who actually want it or need it. However, your blood pressure matters. Well, funny you mention that, because my blood pressure is presently at the highest it has been in my life. It's not quite at dangerous levels yet, but it's pretty high. I was pretty shocked when I took my blood pressure a few days ago and the machine read 166 over 106. I took it tonight, right before the show. It was 165 over 94, which is a small improvement. I am taking some medication. I have been for a while for blood pressure, but it's not working. So I'm going to be switching medications, and I just need to get a hold of a doctor to do this. The doctor I was going to before is out of practice at this time, so he's not an option. But yeah, I didn't know my blood pressure had gotten that bad. I'd never seen it at levels like that before. The highest I had previously seen was like 153 over 91 type thing. I never saw 160 anything. So here I'm in the mid-160s. That's not good. And the diastolic number was 106 in one of the tests. Now, your blood pressure jumps all over the place, but that's not good. Now, for those of you who say, well, just don't get stressed out as easily, it's not really that. While stress can temporarily raise your blood pressure, it does not raise really your base blood pressure that you're going to have throughout the day when you're not feeling all that stressed. It's kind of like a short-term jump in blood pressure. So if you get really, really stressed out about something and take your blood pressure, it'll probably be pretty high. But it's not going to make it stay high the whole day unless you remain stressed the entire day. The danger of high blood pressure more comes from accumulation, unless it's super, super high. So the danger level is 180 over 120. So if you're that, then you got to get it down immediately. But short of that, it's more of just a cumulative effect that can cause something very bad to happen. So you can feel fine, and then bang, one day you get a heart attack or a stroke. High blood pressure is known as the silent killer because it typically has no symptoms until something very bad happens. And indeed, I feel no different with this high blood pressure than I do when my blood pressure is not high. I cannot tell without taking my blood pressure what it actually is. So it really has no symptoms for me and for most people. But obviously I have to get that under control pretty soon. So if I die in the desert on the way out to Las Vegas to play in that ClubWPTGold tournament, you'll know why. The heart attack or stroke got me. So why do I have high blood pressure? Is it because I eat too much salt? Is it because of other lifestyle issues? Is it because of too much stress? Is it because I try to help people who get scammed and then they block me on Twitter and say mean things to me? No. It's hereditary. High blood pressure is mostly hereditary, just like high cholesterol. And people don't like hearing that because they like thinking they have control. People like thinking if you behave in a healthy manner, you will be healthy. And if you behave in an unhealthy manner, you will be unhealthy. And it would be nice if that were the case, but that's not really the case. The case is that these are both mostly hereditary with a small lifestyle factor. And really the lifestyle factor only exists when you already have the hereditary predisposition to it. So if you have no high blood pressure issue from a hereditary standpoint, then even with a bad lifestyle, even with stress, even with a bad diet, you're not going to have high blood pressure. And at the same time, if you have hereditary high blood pressure, even if you do all the right things, your blood pressure is still going to be high. So, in my family, the cholesterol is pretty good. And in fact, mine's better than my parents at this age, so I'm doing even better than they were. I don't have any cholesterol medication. I don't need it. And blood pressure is high. Both parents have high blood pressure. And I have high blood pressure. Not a surprise. I've had it since I was at least 44. Or 42, not even 44. First noticed when I was 42. Could have been before that because I hadn't been to the doctor in a while. But this is the highest it's been. That kind of sucks. A Poker Fraud Alert listener told me a story about the Fontainebleau that is pretty disturbing, and I saw evidence, not slam dunk concrete evidence, but enough to where I believe him. So he's not just talking out of his ass here. He sent me copies of his statements and stuff, and it looks like he's telling the truth, and I can't see why he'd make this up. So what am I talking about? A visitor to Fontainebleau had a comped reservation in a suite for 3 nights, and the only charging to the room he did was 2 Fiji waters at $9 each from the minibar. So he checked out after staying there 3 nights on a comp reservation that his host booked for him. And as I see there on his folio, he was charged $18 when he checked out, which makes sense because he used the minibar for $18 worth of Fiji waters. Then the following day, he was charged over $2,000 for the comp room. Now, how does that happen? How do you get charged over $2,000 for a comp room? Because if it's comp, you should be charged $0, right? Well, he was initially charged $0, but then the next day after he checked out, he was charged over $2,000, which was supposedly the retail value of this suite that he had there for 3 nights. So how did this happen? How could this happen? Well, he said he didn't play that much, and that the host was the one who put this charge on his credit card. Basically, the host retroactively removed the comp after he had checked out. So he checked in, he was told it was comped, and then because his play wasn't what the host was hoping, the host took away the comp and charged him on the back end. So first of all, is this legal? Answer, no. And I'll get to why shortly. But second, what can you do if this happens? And what did he do? And what are the downsides to the various options that you have? Well, first of all, I want to explain why it's illegal. Let me give you a simple example. Let's say I own the Druff Casino in Las Vegas, and I hear that you're a big whale and that you're going to chunk off a lot of money if you come stay at my casino. So I offer you a very, very nice suite in my property and tell you it's comped. And you come down and you stay 5 nights in my very, very nice suite at the Druff Casino, and you don't play at all. And I'm very, very disappointed. So you check out after 5 days, and I go, this asshole never played at all. I invited him down here. I gave him a comp suite, one of our best suites, and he stayed here 5 days and didn't play at all. And now he's leaving, and he just got my free suite for 5 days. I'm pissed off. So what if I just said, you know what? I think this suite is worth $10,000 a night, and I bill his credit card for $50,000. Can I do that? No, because he never agreed to pay $10,000 a night. It doesn't matter if I think it's worth $10,000 a night. It doesn't matter if the retail value is $10,000 a night. He never entered any kind of contract to pay $10,000 a night. He was told it's going to be free. He stayed there believing from beginning to end that it was free. And only after he left did I decide, you know what, I'm going to go back on our agreement that it was free, and I'm just going to decide what it's worth, and he's going to pay it, and I'm going to take it off his credit card. You can't do that. You can't just decide after the fact that something would have been worth this that you gave for free, and now you are going to charge them that amount. No such thing as that. Now, what you can do as a casino owner or a host or manager or whatever you might be is you can deny comps that are coming up. So if somebody shows up on a comp reservation and you've decided you don't want to comp that person anymore, it's kind of shitty to do because they've come all the way to the casino, but you do have a legal right to say, I'm revoking your comp. You can't stay here for free anymore. If you want to stay, you have to pay. Or you can say, I'm revoking your comp, and I'm also not letting you stay here at all, and you're 86 from the property. You can do that too. What you can't do is let them stay, and after they leave, charge them when you had previously told them it's going to be free. Because you're luring them into the property upon false pretenses that they are getting a free room, which you then charge them for. Be like if you walk by a restaurant and they say, hey, how would you like to come in here and have a free meal? Okay, is it free? Yep. Sure, it's 100% free? Yep. You sit down and eat it, and they say, well, actually, normally this meal would be $250, so I'm charging your credit card $250. You'd say, what the? You can't do this. You just told me to come in and it's free. That's the ultimate bait and switch. So it's totally illegal to do. They could even stop you in the middle of your stay. If you had a 5-night stay that's comped, after 2 comp nights, they could stop you and say, hey, you know what? We're not happy with your play. So you can either start paying or you can get out, but we're not giving the other 3 nights comped, even though we said we were going to. They can do that too. But they cannot go back and charge you for the 2 you've already stayed. Once you've stayed, and once you were told it was comped, and it has not been taken away from you, the comp, until after you've completed the stay, they cannot charge you on the back end. They just can't do it. So if this really happened, which appears to have happened at Fontainebleau, this wasn't even legal. But okay, once this happens, what do you do? Well, before we get to that, let's get to who did it and why. According to him, the host did it. It wasn't done by the front desk. It wasn't done by some manager there. This was done, supposedly, by the host, according to this listener. So if this is true, that the host did this to him, the reason the host would have done it is because the hosts are judged by what comps they're giving versus what theoretical loss their players are generating. Now remember, theoretical loss is the loss a player would have if they had exactly average luck. Theoretical loss is taking luck out of it, taking actual results out of it, but just computing how the person would have done if their luck was exactly average. So the theoretical loss, which is also known as ADT, average daily theoretical, which is a metric a lot of times used to figure out what people's comps are going to be, the theoretical loss versus the comps given out is how they judge hosts. And if hosts are giving away too many comps and not generating enough theoretical loss from all their players combined, then the host is considered to be doing a bad job and will get fired. Or they won't get as many bonuses. There's going to be some kind of negative consequence for them comping and not getting the play out of it. Now, of course, that's going to happen sometimes where players will get comps and then not play very much or at all, and there's nothing the host can do about it other than just not let the player do this again. So a good host will kind of feel out which players are likely to do this and which ones aren't, and not give too many comps to those who have inconsistent play. A lot of times they'll protect themselves by saying, we're not going to promise anything up front, and do your play, and then come to me at the end and I'll tell you what you qualify for. Which I hate, and I don't think that's fair, because what happens is they don't tell you how much you need to play to earn certain things, so they just keep holding it over your head, is what happens a lot of times. So you'll play a whole bunch, come to them and says, hey, have I earned this much yet? Can I have my comp room now? Can I have my my meal that I want? Well, actually, you haven't played enough. Play a little bit more. Like, they'll just keep moving the goalposts sometimes. So you don't want to be at their mercy that way. But I also understand why they don't want to just give massive comps out to someone who they're not sure is going to really play. I actually once tried to make a deal with a host where I said, here, I'm going to guarantee I will play minimum this much. If I play minimum this much, will you promise that all 5 nights I'm staying are going to be free? And I was just staying in like a regular room, too. It wasn't going to be like a suite or a really, really expensive weekend or anything like that. Just kind of a standard 5-night stay in a room that wasn't going to be that expensive. And the guy wouldn't do it. And I said, no, you don't understand. You can refuse me, and I will not argue if I do not play this minimum I'm promising. And he says, nope, I don't talk numbers. I just look at the end and tell you what I'm going to give you. It was really obnoxious. So I said, screw this guy. I got the room in another way. But forget me. I'm going back to this story here with Fontainebleau and this guy with the host. What probably happened here is the host noticed that he gave an expensive suite away for 3 days as a comp, and that this is going to be hurting his overall numbers. And he didn't want it to hurt his overall numbers. So by retroactively removing the comp, now it no longer hurts his overall numbers because he changed it from a comp stay to a paid stay. So that's probably the reason it was done. So, what do? Well, you have to go to someone other than the perpetrator of this. You don't go to the host because the host did this for his own reasons, for his own selfish gain. He's not going to say, oops, my bad, let me give it back to you. So you shouldn't go to him. He's the last one you should go to. And when I say last one, I mean you just don't go to him. So my advice to him was, number one, call the front desk during the day on a weekday. Get the actual front desk manager, not just a shift manager, not a night manager. Find out when the front desk manager is working and call at that time. Try sometime between 9 and 5. That is 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. on weekdays. But sometimes they're not working those hours. Just try to ask for them around then. And then if they're not there, say what hours did they work, and then call back during those hours. Get the front desk manager on. Be polite. Be firm. Be businesslike. Don't use obscenities. Don't act mad. Just tell them that this is unacceptable, that it was made very clear this was a comp room. Obviously, send anything that you were sent as proof. I don't know if this guy had any proof, like an email or something with showing the rooms were comped. If he didn't, it's going to be tougher for him, but they can sometimes look this up anyway. But send whatever proof you have, if you have any, and say it was made very clear this was a comp room. Point out that they charged the $2,000 on the day following checkout, not the day of checkout. That the day of checkout, they only charge the minibar usage, which would make sense for a comp reservation. That's all that gets charged. That otherwise, if this was not comp, they would charge the whole thing at the time of checkout, not the next day. So this supports his point. And say, can you please reverse this? This isn't legal, and this isn't right. A comp stay should be a comp stay. And you'll usually get someone nice and reasonable and intelligent who's the actual front desk manager. Because to rise to that position, you have to have some sense. So usually you're going to get someone who's sympathetic. And unlike the host, the front desk manager doesn't have an incentive to have you pay that money. It doesn't go against their metrics to refund this to you. So what they basically be doing is kicking this back to the host. They would be refunding it, and then the host once again had to comp it. That's what would happen, is the host would be told, no, you can't do this. And in fact, the host may even get in some trouble for it. That is if the front desk manager agrees. But I'm saying that the front desk manager is not going to suffer any. Their numbers are not going to be hurt by giving you this money back. So they're much more likely to be cooperative if they agree with you. Now, if the front desk does fix it, don't just leave it there, because what the host did was very nasty. So what you should do next, after the front desk fixes it and you see the money's back, is you should call up the host supervisor, find out who that is, and make a complaint about him. And if the front desk manager refuses to fix it, then make a complaint to Nevada Gaming. Because Nevada Gaming does have jurisdiction over this matter, and provided it's admitted that you were told this was comped, and then when you checked out they hit you with this charge a day later, they would be compelled to give this money back. And as a final way to resolve this, and when I say final, I really mean final, you should do all these other things first. As a final way to resolve this, you should do a chargeback on your credit card. Unfortunately, this individual chose to do a chargeback on his credit card. He decided to charge back first and ask questions later. The problem with doing a chargeback, there's actually several of them. Number one, hotels do not appreciate this. Because if they see what they believe is a rightful charge and you charge it back, even if you win, they feel like you ripped them off. So what's going to happen? You're going to get banned. So maybe this guy cares, maybe he doesn't care that Fontainebleau is going to ban him. But there's no point to get a ban over something like this where they were in the wrong. It's one thing if you're doing an advantage play or card counting or something like that and get banned for it. Okay, at least you're doing something that's technically against their rules, and then they catch you and ban you for it. I'm not saying that I support that. I'm just saying that you're taking that risk. But here there's no risk you should be taking. You were ripped off here. So you shouldn't be banned because some asshole ripped you off at the property. You should try to get this resolved without getting yourself banned. And even if you don't care about Fontainebleau, maybe one day they're going to come to own other casinos in Vegas you're going to want to visit. You don't know. There's so much consolidation. Maybe one day other casino groups are going to buy them. They are struggling. So what if it becomes a Caesars property one day? That could translate to you being banned from all Caesars properties. And good luck fighting that at that point, years later. So you don't want to just take a ban for no reason. So you definitely don't want to get banned, and charging it back is going to get you banned a lot of times. Also, you may not win the chargeback. The people at the credit card may not understand it. They may just get a statement from Fontainebleau saying, here were the rates. This person decided that they didn't like the rates and they checked out, and they decided to charge the whole thing back, and it's a valid charge. And here's their signature agreeing to pay all valid charges. And the credit card company may be dumb enough to side with them. You really shouldn't do the chargeback unless that is the only option left. You also should not wait for calls back to you. That's a mistake a lot of people make when they're trying to complain to or about casino hotel properties, is they'll make a call, they'll leave a message for someone, and they never get a call back. In general, big companies, hotels, whatever they might be, have a very poor record with calling people back. So you have to be the aggressor. You have to keep calling until you reach the person that you're trying to reach. In this case, it would be the hotel manager. By the way, you could also try to reach the casino manager. That's also someone who could help you. But I would go for the hotel manager first, since it's a hotel charge, even if it was done by the host. The casino manager could actually be useful after the fact to complain about the host, just to get him in trouble. And for those of you who are saying, oh, come on, get him in trouble, that's a dick thing to do. This guy's trying to make a living here. Why are you trying to get him fired? Well, because that's like a scam. To just hit your card for over $2,000 because they're not happy with the amount of play you put in, that's not supposed to happen. That's illegal, and it's immoral. It's basically stealing $2,000 out of your pocket. So anyone at any company who does anything to steal from me, I'm happy to get him fired. You try to steal from me, I'm going to get you fired. Now, if you make a mistake that costs me money, I'm not going to try to get you fired. Or if we have a disagreement as to whether I owe the money or not, then I'm not going to try to get you fired. But this is like outright stealing if it happened like the way it said it was. So I would feel no guilt about someone getting fired who tried to hit my credit card for $2,000 for my, quote, comp room because they didn't like my play. Because that's not the way it works as a host. As a host, you are going to have players who do this. And it's just part of the job. So if this is really happening at Fontainebleau, which I have to think it is, unless there's some mistake here, that shows they're really struggling that you have hosts doing this. I mean, maybe the hosts are under such high pressure to perform because the Fontainebleau is struggling so much that they feel they have to do things like this or get fired. Maybe that's what it is. Because remember, they're not exactly full of people over there. The place is a ghost town when I've walked in there. So maybe this host feels like, hey, I have to do this or otherwise I'm going to lose my job. But that's not an excuse. So if that ever happens to you, don't take it. Never let that sort of thing happen. And remember, the Dan Druff rule of thumb with dealing with businesses is if anything happens that's totally outside your expectations where you get screwed, you probably really haven't gotten screwed. It's probably not your misunderstanding. Not always, but usually. So usually it's pretty safe to assume that if this happened to you and you think you got screwed, and if the average person hearing about it would think you got screwed, and if the average person wouldn't expect this happening to them, then you got screwed. And I can guarantee just about everybody who'd hear this story would think that the casino's in the wrong here to charge someone after they leave for a comp room. Really nasty. So, shame on Fontainebleau if this happened as was told me. Vegas does not like to cover crime that occurs in their casinos, especially when it involves death. They try to sweep this under the rug because it doesn't make the city look good. But I'll give props to the media in Vegas for this one. This was covered. I guess because this one doesn't really make them look bad. In fact, it could make them look good in some ways. Because at least the person who ended up getting killed was not a sympathetic figure. And nobody else got hurt. A man had a shotgun at the South Point in Las Vegas and ended up shot dead by police when the whole thing was over. This occurred on Sunday, December 8th. So it started around 5:05 p.m. at South Point, which, as the name would imply, is a very southern hotel in Las Vegas. So this began at 5:05 p.m. The South Point is located at the very south end of Las Vegas. You will see it off I-15 as you're driving into Vegas. And there was a man who was not answering the door. For whatever reason, they were doing a welfare check on him. I'm not sure if he just hadn't been heard from in a while or if something else weird was going on in there. But they were doing a welfare check, and he was not answering the door. And then they were trying to enter the room, and they heard what sounded like the racking of a gun. So they're like, oh, maybe we better not go in there. So that was hotel security, and they called the police. Las Vegas Metro Police came, and they tried to contact the guy in the room, and he would not answer. So they declared it a barricade situation, which makes sense because obviously the guy was not coming out, not responding, and it sounded like he had a gun in there. So they brought in SWAT and crisis negotiators, and after several hours of trying to negotiate with him, he came out armed with a long gun that was a shotgun. So officers screamed at him, drop the gun, and instead of dropping it, he charged towards them, and an officer opened fire and killed him. There was also a second gun on the man's body that he didn't end up trying to use. Nobody else was injured, and it was not understood why this guy did these things. It's not clear if he was trying like a suicide by cop thing or if he was just in some kind of distress and then just freaked out when security came to the door. I wonder what he would have done if they came in. Like, would he have shot them? It's weird that he comes out with a gun after they negotiate with him for hours, and then he charges the officer saying, drop the gun, drop the gun. You got to think at that point he knew he was going to die. And if he was charging them, that kind of does sound like he wanted to die, because if he was really trying to hurt them, you'd think he would just blast the gun at them. But it kind of seemed like he just came out with a gun and ran at them, kind of knowing they'd shoot him, and they did. So nothing wrong with what they did. I'm just saying that his motivation was probably to die, and I guess he was successful. I don't know how many deaths like this have occurred in 2024 at casinos where the police ended up killing someone in the casino or in the hotel. According to this article on Channel 3 News in Las Vegas, it does say that overall this was the 16th officer-involved shooting of 2024. But that's in the whole city, not just at casino hotels. So, yep, a lot of strange people in casinos. It's kind of weird, though. Like, what would compel this guy to check into the South Point with two guns, including a shotgun, and then act so strange and then end up getting shot dead by police? I mean, maybe that was the plan all along. Very weird. He was not identified, by the way. At least not yet. Well, guess what happened here? This is a new one. We had a power failure during the show, so we never actually got to finish it. I began what was the last topic, which was an editorial for the U.S. healthcare system, or about the U.S. healthcare system, and I was 13 minutes into it, and then the power cut in my house. So that was it. I was done. I could not continue radio because there was no way to broadcast at that point. And I had to stop the show. So then I had to say, well, do I finish off the segment or do I just discard that 13 minutes? So I decided I'm going to throw away that 13 minutes because the segment was going to be fairly long and 13 minutes just wasn't enough to be worth keeping and continue off the air and post in the archives. So what I might do is I might do the segment next week, which will be on December 21st. Actually, it's not next week anymore because it actually took me a while to post these archives because I went to Vegas, as you heard earlier in the show, to play the ClubWPTGold Freeroll. And by the way, I did not cash. I ran kings into aces, and that was all she wrote. I lost to a YouTube streamer named Nate Hill. Not a poker streamer, a gaming streamer. Though he's a pretty good player, so I'll give him that. Anyway, that's what's happened since then, so sorry for the delay in posting, but the good news is you're going to have another show within a few days. December 21st at 7:30 p.m. is the big free roll, a $900 plus free roll to honor Robert Gray, who passed away in 2020 of COVID, the Robert Gray Memorial Freeroll. So I hope you guys make it out for that. And if you don't have a working account on the No Fraud Online Poker Room, you better get going because you only have a few days left. So sorry for the delay in posting this, and sorry you've lost the last segment, but I'll try to maybe do it in the next episode coming up if I have the time and energy to do so. Thanks for your patience, and all I have to say now is shalom.